Boris. There's a very perverse symmetry for us. In 1986, on the Saturday morning of that symposium, and the theme at that point was international terrorism, and people wondered why we were looking at international terrorism in 1985-86. Olof Palme, the Prime Minister, was assassinated. And now, almost on our 30th, we have this perverse moment. And we're dedicating it to Boris not because of any partisanship, although clearly human and civil rights are part of our DNA, or else we never would have given the organizational Jean Mayer to Memorial without that. We are an open forum, and every perspective that we can bring to ourselves is critical in terms of the transparency and the kind of education that we want to promote. We're not proselytizers. We're people who are trying to be very open across the continual divides, and if we have any mantra at all, it is the search for common ground and the breaking down of barriers. So this leads at times, I think, to controversy, which we don't avoid. We are just asking all the time for civil discourse, and the reason that we're doing this in Boris's honor is because we are appalled at assassination, because we care deeply about civil society, care deeply about civil discourse, about the rule of law, and what has happened is an atrocity. We do not know the origin of the assassins. Jumping to conclusions is never a wise thing. But the framework that we've been looking at and educating our students about has seen a breakdown in the rule of law in Russia in ways that are just appalling. In any case, I'd like us now to convene in the manner that we want to convene, which is that not only is it somber, but that education is fun and exhilarating. So I want to turn this over to one of our wonderful students, a first-year man, Vance.
Hello, and welcome to the fourth day of the 30th Annual EPIIC Symposium. My name is Vance Matthews, and I'm a first-year student here studying international relations, and I am a member of this year's EPIIC Colloquium. Before I introduce this morning's topic, I want to extend my gratitude to Sherman Teichman, Heather Berry, Sam Maroc, and the rest of the IGL staff who are responsible for bringing us here today. This morning's panel is Ruling Russia, Governance in the 21st Century. As most of you know, and was just mentioned just a second ago, we're gathering this morning to discuss an important topic made especially poignant in the wake of last night's killing of Boris Nemtsov. During the 2013 World Economic Forum, a question was posed to the audience. What should become the Russian government's top priority? And an overwhelming 78% chose good governance. Medvedev, Russia's prime minister, responded to the outcome, stating, "I was certain the majority would vote for this very option because it represents the vision of Russia in the world." But what is this image? What defines good governance in Russia in the context of the 21st century? Is it, as the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace calls in a 2010 paper, an overmanaged democracy? What would create a better relationship between the different branches of government? How can the social contract be rebuilt in Russia? What form of governance is the most effective, taking into account Russia's history, identity, and unique perspective? Today, we are going to tackle questions like these while analyzing the current governance in Russia, its strengths and its weaknesses. Possible topics include the effects of autocracy, the idea of sovereign democracy, corruption, and the Constitution. Each of the panelists will have approximately 12 minutes for their opening remarks. For the reference of the audience and the panelists, there is a timer in front of me. When the speaker has 5 minutes left, the light will turn yellow. When the time is up, the light will turn red. In the interest of having as much constructive discussion as possible, please be aware of the time. After the opening remarks, there will be time for open dialogue among the panelists. Finally, the panel will open up to questions from the audience. Our first panelist is Dr. Thomas F. Remington. He is the Goodrich C. White Professor of Political Science at Emory University. Dr. Remington was the chair of the Political Science Department at Emory from 2001 to 2007. He was a member of the Board of Directors at the National Council for Eurasian and East European Research and the American Association for the Advancement of Slavic Studies. Dr. Remington is an expert in post-communist political institutions, particularly in Russia. He has done extensive research on legislative politics and legislative-executive relations, social welfare politics, and business-government labor relations. In recent years, he has been working on problems related to income inequality and social policy in Russia. His recent works include Presidential Decrees in Russia, A Comparative Perspective, and The Politics of Inequality in Russia. Dr. Remington often gives interviews to the Voice of America and other international broadcasters. He's a member of the Council on Foreign Relations. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Remington.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be with you today. I will get my PowerPoint up. Which may require assistance. So I want to talk about a topic that's seems far removed from foreign policy, the discussion that we were having yesterday. And I want to begin by referring to the comment that Ambassador Matlock made last night in his keynote address, when he said, we have to remember what it was that brought down the Soviet regime and the Soviet Union. It was not American pressure. It was not Ronald Reagan. It wasn't the end of the Cold War. It was the contradictions in the Soviet economy. It is said that which cannot go on won't. And that was an economy that couldn't go on. Our neighbor here at Brown University, Linda Cook, wrote a book about the social contract in Brezhnev's Russia and observed that there was an implicit social contract between the regime and the people. The people gave compliance and a certain fairly low level of effort to the economy. The regime provided guarantees, security, lifetime employment, not just guaranteeing a job, but your job. And when the regime could no longer deliver on its end of this implicit, unwritten, unenforceable social contract, the people withdrew their consent to the contract. We had massive labor strikes, as you may recall, in 1989, the coal miners' strikes. So what I'm saying is what I will be calling the social contract, and I'll go into it, is what we might also call the legitimacy of the regime. And so I think what I will be talking about, which is how do you rebuild a social contract now that we're in a post-communist setting, is of the utmost political importance. So what is a social contract? I want to get a little bit theoretical. I see it as a model. That is, it's a metaphor, if you will, of an equilibrium, that is a stable state, that regulates the distribution of risk and advantage across members of society. It implies reciprocity between the authorities, the society, and households. And it implies that the distribution of risk and reward is basically legitimate. People pay their taxes, their social insurance contributions, and the regime in turn provides them with expectable benefits. Now, how do you establish a social contract? This goes deep into Western political thought. John Locke dealt with it, Rousseau. In many ways, it goes back to the ancient Greeks. The economists use this Meltzer-Richard model, which is a very simple way of thinking about how people in a democracy vote for the acceptable level of taxation that they're willing to pay. And the implications are that if the mean income in the society goes much above where the median is, as is the case in our country, then the median voter, who according to political science theory decides policy, votes to raise taxes in order to redistribute, to equalize the median voter's income with the mean. It's an elegant, simple model, and of course it has very little to do with actual politics. still less in an authoritarian bureaucratic system. So in a bureaucratic authoritarian system, such as currently Russia, how do they make policy on economic and social issues? Well, we actually know something about this. Bureaucratic interests compete over policy, and they seek a kind of consensus. There's an elaborate process of согласования, of coordinating and agreeing and reconciling, hammering out differences. Sometimes it takes a deadline to force a decision. If you're a student and you're writing papers, you know that the deadline for the paper or the deadline for the exam forces you to stay up all night and get the thing done. Similar in a bureaucratic environment such as Russia. Needless to say, in this authoritarian setting, there's minimum participation on the part of social interests. I'm not even speaking about party competition, but minimal participation by labor or by business. But the bureaucracies, like the finance ministry and the economic ministry and the Ministry of Labor, become proxies for larger social constituencies. A constraint on the decision makers is the fear of social unrest, which Sam Green and many others have written. The mobilization of people over the failed monetization of benefits in 2005 is an example of the fear that authorities have that there could be another tipping point. And I actually think that's a real fear today. Go back to the old Soviet system just to refresh your memory for a moment. This was a system in which we must remember the economy, the political system, and the social welfare system were complementary. They were tied together. They were part of the same system of power. The workplace was crucial. Your job was your passport to a variety of benefits, including guaranteed employment, but also healthcare and recreation benefits and daycare for your kids and disability and pension and so on and so on. A lot came in-kind benefits, some in cash. There were restrictions on people's movement through the EPIIC system. There were high political controls. The party exercised political control. It ensured that trade unions and other social organizations were, in Stalin's immortal phrase, transmission belts for the will of the party. So there was, as Linda Cook wrote, an implicit social contract between authorities and populace. Now, one example of the implications of that, to this day, Putin, whom we consider to be so strong, is unable to raise the pension age, which was set in 1932, when, as you might know, life expectancy was shorter. Now, many things that used to be part of the social contract have been put on a market footing today. For example, housing. You buy housing. Housing was privatized. There are elements of the education and healthcare systems that are privatized, some legally, some quasi-legally, some quite illegally. Gray payments, in many cases, to teachers or doctors. Many elements of education and healthcare, but not all, are in effect privatized. Other elements are still financed out of the state. I want to focus on, what's interesting for me, is putting pensions on a social insurance basis. Now, young people here, students, may not think a lot about pensions. People of my generation are thinking a lot about pensions. And the question in every country is, what's the relationship between people that are contributing and people that are receiving? How do you get people to pay in? How do you finance the pension system? It's a system, it's a problem in our country, it's certainly a problem in Russia, and it's a political problem. So, how do you do it? Well, in principle, you can put everything on the market, say, well, people should bear risk. If you're a real Wall Street Journal editorial page writer, you'd say people should bear their own risk and gain their own rewards. If you are a kind of social democrat, you would say we should pay into social insurance through our workplace, through mandatory contributions. In the US, we've just passed the Obamacare system, which is everybody has to have a policy for health, but it could be through a private company. Then, of course, there's a statist system where everything is financed through the state budget, as they had in the old Soviet Union. So think about the transition and the insecurity that people have gone through in Russia, not knowing how they're going to live tomorrow, how they're going to finance health care, Who's going to take care of them in their old age? Can you count on getting back what you have contributed? So how do you construct a new social contract? It is a real problem in an authoritarian setting because you don't have organized interests to bargain over the distribution of risk and reward. Russia in 2002 introduced what the World Bank has been proposing around the world, a three-tier system, basic guarantee, a social insurance system, and then voluntary private pensions on top of that. Note that when you do that, you've got to finance today's pensioners out of the contributions from current workers who are also contributing to their own future accounts. It's a double burden for society, and politically it often doesn't fly, and it has failed in Russia, as it has failed in several other countries. The basic problem is today people are not paying in enough to make the pension system work. We don't know how much actual earnings go untaxed in Russia, but 40 or 50% might be untaxed, unreported. So there's a huge amount of labor that's off book. Meantime, Russia is seeing rising inequality. Russia's inequality is basically at the level of American and somewhat comparable in that Russia also has a top 1% phenomenon, also fueled in part by the growth of the financial industry, but in particular in Russia, of course, by natural resource rents. People working in the oil and gas sector can earn extravagantly high incomes. And remember, a lot of the high-end income is also not being reported and certainly not going back into the Russian economy. So there's a problem for them of financing the entitlements people are used to. Interregional inequality has risen, and it's growing, which is also dangerous. People in Moscow have, on average, vastly higher incomes than people in Tuva, let's say. So you have people living, in effect, in the first world in a couple of places and people living in the third world in other places. So the former finance minister, Kudrin, has said of the current pension system, it's a pyramid scheme. Each generation is paying in more than the previous generation, but it's receiving more. So it's unsustainable. And as I said, what can't go on won't. The country's borrowing from its future. So a brief history of the pension system, because I want to use it to illustrate a larger point. When Putin came in, he actually broke what had been an impasse in the 90s over how to make their whole entitlement system sustainable. And he introduced this World Bank type notion with Kudrin's participation and the participation of other market-oriented economic liberals. And they created a system of notional savings accounts for pensions, plus a system of social insurance, as well as voluntary pensions for some and a minimum state guarantee for everyone. Now, that system allowed, as we'll see in a minute, enormous accumulations of private pension savings. So think about the US, where the 401k plans and the RA plans have created an enormous volume of investable capital, and it's part of the motor of this country's economy. Oh, I'm out of time?
You can wrap up.
All right, I will wrap up. Thanks. The bottom line is they have ended that system of the notional savings accounts. Why? Because the social bloc in the government wanted to grab resources for current needs. Much of those current pension contributions are going to finance raising pensions in Crimea. So the interbureaucratic process was one that Putin didn't successfully resolve. I will skip to the conclusions and be finished. Pension benefits are low. The market is still weak. It's not guaranteeing an adequate return on the private pension accounts. The public pension accounts are not sufficient in an aging society. What happens is authority is so centralized, the government itself is unable to come up with stable and consistent policy. And I would argue that that's because the country lacks institutions for pooling risk, pooling interests. Whether that's done through elections or corporatist bargaining, that would be necessary for there to be a new social contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Remington. Just for reference of the audience and the panelists, the green light will turn yellow at 3 minutes, not 5. So to introduce our next panelist, Stanislav Stansky. He is a Russian independent expert and columnist focusing on Russian constitutional law, history, political institutions, and civic education. He worked at the TNK-BP Management, the Russian Foundation for Constitutional Reforms, the Russian Presidential Commission for the Rehabilitation of Victims of Political Repression, and the Moscow State University. He has served as an editor of Russian academic legal journals. He has participated in a number of professional development, educational, and expert programs in the US and Russia, including the Library of Congress's Open World Leadership Program, the Carnegie Corporation of New York, the Kennan Institute of the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, the Moscow School of Political Studies, and the Russian Government Institute for Domestic and Comparative Law. Stansky received the Russian Historical Society Prize in 2013 for his contributions to the preservation and study of Russia's contemporary constitutional heritage. Following Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014 and other dramatic actions in Ukraine, he served as a moderator of the unofficial Strasbourg Defense Russian-Ukrainian Dialogue. Here is Mr. Stansky.
Wens, thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here and to be a part of our discussion. I would like to make some remarks and comments on contemporary constitutional situation with historical background. First of all, how Russia is ruled. The answer can be found in the modern triad, autocracy, orthodoxy, profit. This motto is based on the theory of official nationality, теория официальной народности. State ideology of Tsar Nikolai I of the first half of the 19th century. I mean triad, orthodoxy, autocracy, nationality, which was opposed to the triad of liberty, equality, fraternity. Let me remind you that according to the theory of official nationality, Russian people are deeply religious and devoted to the Tsar, and the Orthodox faith and autocracy constitute indispensable conditions for the existence of Russia. Nationalism is understood as the need to adhere to its own traditions and reject foreign influence, as the need to deal with Western ideas of freedom of thought, freedom of individual rationalism, which orthodoxy considered free thinking and putting out of countenance. Look, it's right about modern Russia. We often hear, without Russia orthodoxy, Russia dies. Or without Putin, Russia dies. Many years ago in the US was published this book, Lenin for Beginners. Now it's already necessary to produce a book like this, Putin for Beginners. All who dissent are declared foreign agents, troublemakers, etc. Thus, after 170 years, the concept of official nationality of Nikolai I was transformed into the theory of Putin's sovereign democracy, supplemented by the oligarchic component. The concept of sovereign democracy is opposed to the concept of constitutionalism. The second point, does the constitution matter? 30 years ago, the constitution in Soviet Russia did not matter. It did not have a direct effect. It could not be invoked before the courts, etc. The constitution now has a value, but Russia is still far from the rule of law. Moreover, the Russian conservative turn and reaction have not only affected the legal order, they have distorted it. As a result, our constitutional system is in crisis. We are witnessing the crisis state of constitutionalism, as Evgeny Albats said yesterday, for instance. No rule of law, there is no separation of powers, there is no system of checks and balances, no political pluralism is minimized, there is no federalism. But without separation of powers, there can be no human rights protection system. In Putin's Russia, presidential power is outside of any control. Recently, a Texas judge overturned the decision of President Obama. Something similar in Russia is difficult to imagine. The control system has acquired extra-constitutional and unconstitutional institutions and practices. The constitutional principle of equality before the law and the courts in practice has been replaced by class privileges. Russia is a modern corporate state with опричники from the security service. The existing order simulates constitutionalism. We have the text of the constitution, but we have no constitutionalism. We call ourselves the Federation, but in fact Russia is a unitary state with autonomous regions. We proclaim political pluralism, but for their own opinion, citizens are persecuted and subjected to repression. So, in 2015, we have in Russia an authoritarian hybrid model of governance and the political regime, a deep economic crisis, a high degree of mobilization of the population, international sanctions, and partial isolation of the country. Third point, birth trauma, modern statehood. For intellectuals and politicians, it is important to understand why this happened. Let's take a historical perspective. The roots of many of today's problems lie in the past. Soviet political tradition and mentality still have value. Although I'm not a supporter of the concept of path dependence, I agree that the previous historical experience not only affects the current situation, but it is also widely used in modern political discourse. We hear about traditional values, a strong hand, it has always been so, and so on. I will cite 3 genetic and birth traumas of modern Russia statehood. The first important historical fact, the post-Soviet historical compromise of 1991 and the creation of a new world order. The collapse of the USSR for many Russians was unfair. The Ukrainian crisis has made this clear. I recall that in referendum in 1991, the Russians were in favor of the unity of the Soviet Union. Without solving the fundamental problem of Sevastopol and the Crimea in Belovezhye consensus, the Soviet grave diggers laid the bomb. In addition, we see how the Soviet Stalinist national territorial heritage still affects the internal and foreign policy of Russia, for instance, South Ossetia, Abkhazia, and so on. The second important fact, historical fact, the constitutional crisis of the early 90s and the adoption of the constitution in 1993 against the backdrop of civil strife and tech volleys at the Supreme Soviet. It is worth recalling that the United States supported Yeltsin in the confrontation. As a result, we obtained the constitution with a strong president and a weak parliament, and we have the tradition of a military solution to political and legal conflicts. However, the constitution can be invoked before the courts, and in the case of an independent judiciary, can make do without the reform of the presidency and the parliament. Third, a significant historical fact was the lack of lustration. Russian democratization of 90s passed without lustration. Now it is clear that it was a mistake. The party nomenclature, партийная номенклатура, and secret services have been transformed into a new condition, having a modern kleptocracy. Finally, for understanding of modern processes, we should try to answer this question. Are the last 14 years or 15 years an extension of the 90s? Is Putinism a continuation of Yeltsinism? If in the 90s have been generally on the right track, what went wrong? It is hardly the case that Putin alone is the explanation. Fourth point, Russia needs constitutional reform. In this case, such a reform can be carried out at different levels, at the level of change in the constitution, at the level of changes in the constitutional legislation, at the level of changes in judicial practice. Unfortunately, under the fake parliament, genuine constitutional reform aimed at establishing an effective system of separation of powers and checks and balances is not possible without the will of the most important person and without changing the political situation. However, the president can allow a real constitutional process and reform itself only for self-preservation of the ruling group as a result of external or internal pressure, as it was in the Soviet Union in the late 80s under Gorbachev. Another way to democratization of Russia is a revolutionary way, as in the Ukraine. Recently, you may have heard that the Russian constitution periodically makes changes. However, it is an imitation of the constitutional reform. For instance, the reform of the Federation Council, реформа Совета Федерации, and a weak increase in the number of its members is accompanied by a federalistic rhetoric, which is in fact nothing to do with federalism and does not have separation of powers. Political and legal processes in Russia are strictly Orwellian. Peace, it is a war, the federation, a unitarian, etc. Moreover, increasingly, there are calls from the pro-Kremlin groups to adopt new constitution, introduce orthodoxy, the so-called traditional values, the state ideology, cancel the primacy of international law, and so on. In this sentence, one of the Russian constitutional dilemmas is it better to have non-functioning democratic text or have a valid text of the constitution of a theocratic state, theocratic and authoritarian state? I think that it is better, of course, to enforce the existing constitution while introducing constitutional reform. And at the second, intellectuals and politicians face or confront several tasks. How to change the political regime? How to ensure the turnover of power? What are the features of the current political consensus? How to minimize election fraud? How to guarantee the right to private property? What to do in case of a new democratization of Russia? Where to start? What is the most important thing? A new constitution, lustration, replacing the judges of the Constitutional Court, or something else? What to do with the vast array of unconstitutional legislation and its application in the event of changes in the political situation? Let us imagine that we can again repeat Perestroika 2 and all other process of democratization, you know, accept a new constitution, change the law, and so on. What should we do to minimize the risk of the concentration of power? How to maximize protecting Russia from the turn toward autocracy? And what if the current political situation is stable for years to come? Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Ilya Ponomorov. Ilya Ponomorov is a technology entrepreneur and a political activist with over 20 years of experience. He is the co-founder of the Skolkovo Foundation and is a prominent figure in the Russian opposition, where he gained notoriety in Russia as the only member of the Russian State Duma to vote against the annexation of Crimea. In 2004, Ponomorov became one of the founders of the Left Front of Russia coalition, which unites Russian alternative left groups and labor unions. During the course of his political career, he's promoted numerous fiscal and economic measures to support small and medium businesses in Russia and to foster competition. He also worked on international operations and investments in high technology industries focusing on IT and energy. Mr. Ponomorov has worked in the Institute for Nuclear Safety and founded the IT company Rosprofi Limited. Ponomorov served as a director for business development and marketing in the Commonwealth of Independent States for Schlumberger, Russia, and was vice president of Yukos Oil Company. Please join me in welcoming Ilya Ponomorov.
Thank you very much. I thought that my biography would take more time than actually my speech, and we'll run out of time. You know, I was preparing to speak on the governance issues, which are really a plague in Russia now. But after the events of yesterday, I think that it's inevitable that we need to get more political. And what does it mean, that horrible murder that happened yesterday? I think that indeed is a turning point of Russian politics. Some would say just another turning point, but I think it's the turning point. I think that for the future of Russia, murder of Boris Nemtsov would mean the similar thing as was the murder of Kirov in 1935. That murder, who don't know Soviet history, was a trigger of Great Terror of 1937. And I think that was the reason why it happened, and that was the reason why Boris was chosen as a victim. The audience of that crime is not Russian people. For overwhelming majority of Russians, Boris, who was very honest, very straightforward guy, but he was impersonation of 90s, and the ill-manifested reforms of Boris Yeltsin, and he was named many times as Yeltsin's successor. So all the hatred against Yeltsin was actually impersonated in Nemtsov. And in that sense, Nemtsov was a very useful figure for Kremlin, which always was saying the opposition is Nemtsov. Nemtsov is the opposition. And in all Russian media, if we call them media, which I would speak a little bit further, Nemtsov was the face. And it was very useful because to compromise whatever happens within the opposition was very easy by just showing that Nemtsov was supporting it. So it was obvious that that was not the reason. The reason is that the target audience for that murder is within the elites. It's within Russian elites who knew Nemtsov very well, and even those who are Putin supporters, they had great respect for him, and they knew him because he was the first vice prime minister who was supervising the economy, so they really know the scale of that figure. And it's also the elites in the West, which probably even greater target than elites in Russia. What would happen next? Putin is right now in a situation when he cannot avoid finding those who are to blame. And I can guarantee that within 2-3 weeks, we will see those who would be those to blame. Their face would be on the Russian TV. Their biographies and the evidence would be on RT, very nicely presented by people like Ms. Boyko, whom I don't see in this audience, but she was speaking yesterday. And it would be conveyed in perfect English and with all the proof that is needed to convince Western audience. And my personal bet that it would be somebody next to Khodorkovsky, whom Kremlin really fears. And I was asking myself a lot of questions why Open Russia, the foundation that was created by Khodorkovsky, was not under attack for last 4 or 5 months. Our authorities pretended that they don't notice what's happening there. Now I understand. Whether it's Putin who is to blame, and I also agree with you that, you know, fast conclusions, they're never good. But I think that it's pretty obvious that it's this regime, it's this system which is to blame. And I think that those who make the decisions are obviously within the power circles competing for their attention to Mr. Putin, competing for their influence, and in the situation of crisis of last year, and today is more or less exactly 1 year since this crisis has started, it's a major redistribution of influence within Russian elite. It's the major transformation of how Russia is being governed and who is making whatever decisions. It's like over Ukraine, Surkov, you know, the figure of the past, is competing with FSB and with the military. And it's like over RT, Mikhail Lesin is competing with foreign intelligence and FSO, the Russian detail service. And it's like people like Shuvalov or Dvorkovich are competing with Sechin, Rotenberg, and Timchenko over the influence over the economic policies in Russia and over the influence over government. You know, you might say that it's all internal Russian problems. And you are right, that's our problems. And I think that the last thing that I would ever ask West to do is to interfere with it. It's our job to replace it. It's our job to fix it. We don't want any foreign influence. And moreover, whatever influence might happen, that would work to the opposite, to the intentions of those who would actually start doing this. But I think that it's a very short-sighted approach to ignore the danger that is coming right now from our part of the world to the West and to the Western civilization per se. RT, what we have been discussing yesterday so passionately, is simply not a media. It's not media. Its objective is not to deliver the information to people. Its objective is to convey certain policies internationally by using the media tools. But the objective is not to inform. And that's why it's totally pointless to speak about mutual understanding, to speak about freedom of speech. It's just reincarnation of the Communist International of 20th century, the reincarnation of Communist International of the 21st century. It's not communist any longer, unfortunately. It's rather a conservative international, or rather to say it's a postmodernist international. It's an international of people without any ideas. is the international of people who are just struggling for global supremacy, not in favor of common people, not in favor of grassroots initiatives, not in favor of governance who would be born from a human being as the ultimate goal, but as a government, as top-bottom approach and not bottom-up. And who is the greater danger for the West? Is it ISIS? No, it is not. The ISIS, of course, presents a lot of physical danger to certain people who come in certain parts of the world or even here in the US. But ISIS is not getting any significant traction within the Western audience, within Western civilization, within our family of Christian nations that live in Northern Hemisphere. So ISIS, fundamentally for the values that we all share, is not a threat. Is an enemy which we need to fight. But it's not a disrupting force. RT is a disrupting force. Because RT is engaging 5% of ultra-right, 5% of ultra-left, trying to steer away our nations from our fundamental values. And it's making those statements with a justification to protect those values. Putin inside Russia is manifesting himself not as an anti-Western politician. He's actually being criticized as being a pro-Western politician. He always says that he is the one who protects the core European values that have been betrayed in Europe. That he is as Christian can be, but he is like those Inquisition of the past who is willing to sacrifice whatever lives possible just to regain his power, just to regain his influence, just to propagate his ego. The whole tragedy of Ukraine, which happened, was about ego of one man. It was not about NATO. It was not about Russian sphere of influence. That's all crap. We could have been implementing this for a very long time, and Putin is the person who knows how to calculate. And it was obvious that by what we have done in Ukraine, we are inviting NATO to come there. When the whole thing started, the approval of being part of NATO in Ukraine was 15%. Now it's 55%. What did we achieve? We achieved right the opposite from the objectives that we have proclaimed. I think that right now West is making a grave mistake. I'm making those statements here, and I'm 100% sure that people would again say, okay, so that's Russian opposition. He loves to make those bold statements. That's, usual thing. I just read some memoirs of people of 1930s. They were saying exactly the same thing when they were coming to US, when they were coming to Great Britain, and they were speaking about Holocaust. It was exactly the same reaction. Nobody would believe in it. That's just fairy tales. That couldn't have been happening in Europe of 20th century. But it was happening. It's not happening in Russia yet. But that's the direction we go. And the evolution of the regime in Russia, 2-3 years from now, we would say, Putin could have been not the worst ruler of Russia. Because those who would supersede his mediocrity would be real fascists who are now being bred in eastern Ukraine. And without defeating them, without addressing this issue, we will have a fascist nuclear state at the border of both Europe and United States. And that's a global threat to the global security. And it's a global threat to the values that we all share. And to conclude, I don't want to be as pessimistic, you know, what I usually not. It's yesterday thing. I think that Russia still is one of the most educated and one of the most advanced societies in the world. That has been unfortunately very well recognized by our authorities right now, and they are doing their best to push those most educated, most entrepreneurial Russians outside the country. And I can tell you that those whom we were making all our projects of modernization during Medvedev's times, they all right now live here in the US. And that's very bad for my country, but that's where new opportunities might come from. And I urge you not to mess with Russia in any sense. It would not do any good, but to engage with this diaspora, to help us to rebuild this diaspora, to nurture the people who are now totally lost, to give them shelter and home, and cultivate them in the way so that they will come back in 2 years from now and build a new Russia. And I think we'll do our best to deliver them there and to create that governance that will be suitable for us, the entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Konomorov. Our next speaker is Grigory Kakumov. He is a junior here at Tufts University, majoring in international relations with a thematic concentration in Europe and the Soviet Union. Grigory is originally from Russia, where he is a former member of the Russian Democratic Party Yabloko, working as a civil observer in the polling stations during state and regional elections. His academic interests include comparative politics, US-Russia relations, the post-Soviet transformation, the modern European intellectual history, and political theory. Grigory is also a member of this year's EPIIC Colloquium, and it has been an honor learning and growing with this extraordinary, passionate intellectual. Although he is an undergraduate, rest assured his knowledge of Russian politics is impressive. Please join me in welcoming Grigory Kakumov.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vance. It's really very important for me to talk here, and I would like to thank you, Sherman and Institute of Global Leadership, that they give me this opportunity. After the 2014 crisis in Ukraine, Russia's annexation of Crimea, and the war in the eastern Ukraine, some experts and politicians compare Putin's regime with the totalitarian expansionist power of Joseph Stalin or Adolf Hitler. Of course, it's not Stalinism or fascism. There are a lot of definitions of Putin's system: crony capitalism, kleptocracy, competitive authoritarianism, sovereign democracy, neo-feudalism, neo-paternalism. I can continue this list. All of these concepts could be submitted by the term Putinism, which explains the existing hybrid political system which simultaneously combines authoritarianism with democracy, oligarchy with capitalism, and imperial ambitions with nation-state building. The hybrid character of Putinism is perfectly explained by British journalist Peter Pomerantsev, who said, what, quote, "The Kremlin's idea is to own all forms of political discourse, to not let independent movements develop outside of its walls. Moscow can feel like an oligarchy in the morning and a democracy in the afternoon, a monarchy for dinner and a totalitarian state by bedtime." The end of the quote. Pomerantsev defines the political system in Russia by formula: nothing is true and everything is possible. This is the name of his book. this kind of political system is pretty new for new phenomenon, and therefore classical theories and theoretical approaches to democracy or market economy cannot catch its meaning. Now it becomes obvious that we need to find a new conceptual language to analyze Putinism and its nature. That's why I agree with Stanislav, who said that we need to write this kind of book like Putin for the beginnings. So when Putin came to power in 2000, he was preserved as an effective manager who brought ideas of stability, stabilность, and statehood to Russia. Under the discourse of stability, the social consensus about Putin's legitimacy was established among those who experienced a loss in their living standards after the 90s. Employees of the state, regional bureaucracy, some of the intelligentsia, the military structures, doctors, teachers, and pensioners, and this constituency formed Putin's majority. Over time, however, it became obvious that Putin's stability was not founded on the ideas of modernization or democratization, but on the contrary, on political stagnation and the exclusion of society from politics, the depolitization of public sphere. The purpose of Putinism is the conservation of the redistributive system of power and resources established in the 90s through informal and illegal practices, including nepotism, кумовство, kickback, откат, circle of joint responsibility, круговая порука, people in one circle, свои люди, outside authorized corporate tax rates, the abuse of administrative power, административный ресурс. In order to maintain and protect itself, the system employs mass media propaganda, which is based not on particular ideology, like it was in the Soviet time, but on conspiracy and political technologies. Manipulation of electoral processes, control over civil society and opposition, one-party system, vertical of power and loyalty. Thereby, Putinism legitimizes transition without transformation or revolution from above of the 90s through the restoration, return to the status quo and revanchism. But this is not the restoration to the Soviet Union, to the Soviet governance. Rather, the creation of the vertical of power as a telephone or manual governance, transferring signals from the Kremlin to the regions. This new type of nomenclature doesn't have the strong internal controls which existed in the Soviet time, while being overseen by KGB and the Communist Party. Putin's United Russia has nothing in common with the Soviet Communist Party and just imitates the function of a ruling party, becoming the club of local elites. Therefore, in order to maintain personal control in the regions, for example, in 2011, Putin created the All Russia People's Front, Общероссийский народный фронт, which includes a range of civil society organizations loyal to the Kremlin. Personal control allows the elites of Putin's inner circle, so-called силовики, to transform their power into property and right to expropriate property from disloyal and untrusted people. The manual governance can exist only under the idea of endless or permanent period of transition. Stability as a never-ending overcoming of crisis, in which Russia always is young democracy and new market economy, where more advanced levels of development will happen in the indefinite future, but for now people are recommended to tighten their belts. In other words, Putin's stability protects and manages the anomia or lawlessness, беззаконие, and unlimited chaos, беспредел of the 90s, or what German political philosopher Carl Schmitt called the state of emergency. It is not coincident that the popular Russian ideologue Alexander Dugin applies Schmitt's political ideas for his theory of Eurasianism. In particular, Dugin uses Schmitt's bipolar interpretation of the world: the land power, Russia is a continent state, and sea power, the United States. He also refers to Schmitt's friend-enemy distinction, according to which there are two types of enemies: enemy within one's own imaginary territory, and here we can see like non-systemic opposition in Russia, or so-called fifth column or foreign agents, and the ability to identify absolute enemy in distance. So this kind of enemies who are represented by the United States or NATO. Under the state of emergency, Putinism neglects any idea of revolutions. Either the 90s as a revolutionary time of independent Russia, or color revolutions in the post-Soviet space, or the Arab Spring. In his address to the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation in 2001, Putin claimed to finish the revolutionary period of the 90s, saying that the last decade has been tumultuous for Russia. One can say without exaggeration that it was revolutionary. It is time, however, to say that this circle is over. There will be no more revolutions, no more counter-revolutions. The solid and economically grounded stability of the state is good for Russia and for its people. The end of the quote. Conservative logic of stability makes the heritage of the past more important for government than the future. For example, the hybridization of historical past could be seen in the Russian modern state symbols. The Byzantine state emblem introduced by Tsar Ivan III in the late 15th century, the trade and democratic tricolor borrowed by Peter the Great from Holland, and the national Stalin's anthem of the World War II era, completed with post-Soviet lyrics written by the same author, Sergei Mikhalkov. So, instead of creating modern democratic political system, Putinism builds what Michel Foucault names governmentality, the political practices based on control and discipline technologies rather than institutions. Equality before the law, or independent court system or parliament, division of powers, and so on. In this sense, Putinism could also be historically compared with Bonapartism of Napoleon III in terms of authoritarian government with democratic facade, reliance of secret police, lack of clear ideology, symbolic relations with the regime and majority religion. Also, we can see some features of Putinism in German Weimar Republic, for example, like a post-imperial democracy with elements of authoritarianism, absence of any revolutionary breakthrough to the commercial society, and alliance between the state-dependent bourgeoisie and feudal agricultural elite. Putinism also resembles Mussolini's regime in its ultranational ideology, ideas of national rebirth, imperialist drive, mass propaganda of national leaders' might, masculinity, body of power, and finally we can find some the same features of Putinism with in Silvio Berlusconi politics, for example, controlling of media, relations with mafia, party without program as a vehicle for the leader, and body obsession, so-called Botox politician. In our days, Putinism is exporting from Russia, and as a new type of far-right political model. Some politicians today use the Putinist ideological features. For example, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, or Turkey's Erdogan, or France's Marine Le Pen, Geert Wilders of the Netherlands, and even Britain's Nigel Farage. So, and they openly admired Putin's politics. And now we can see in the 21st century that Putinism as a governance of emergency is becoming popular outside Russia. And probably today we can talk about, or tomorrow in 10 years or 20 years, we will talk about Putinism without Putin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kakanov. So now I would like to open up some dialogue among the panelists, if you guys have questions for each other. Want to engage the audience? All right. So now we're opening up to the audience. So if anyone has questions, please line up behind the microphone.
I'm representative of Moscow State Institute of International Relations, part of Russian delegation. I have a question directly to Mr. Ponomaryov. Talking about a certain danger to the Western civilization, you're proposing a policy of civis pacem para bellum towards Russia, as far as I got, and even calling Russia as a potential fascist state on the borders of West and the US. I'd like to know your opinion on the information wars, and having told us that the RT is some kind of Ministry of Truth that Mr. Orwell was talking about, what can you say about the Western media and their coverage of both foreign policy of Russia and their domestic issues? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I was referring to RT not as a Ministry of Truth, but rather a Ministry of Lies. And that was my whole point. You know, I am not a great fan of any media, because I don't think that there are independent media, and so, except for maybe indie media or any kind of social media which are representing particular individuals, you know, and when you create any collective media, it by definition represents the interest of that, you know, collective, rather than, you know, some personality. But when I was talking about RT, I was talking about how the media are being created. And, you know, that's what yesterday was the whole debate. RT was created with the government money, with the objective to proclaim and to deliver the interest of one particular government, as has been understood by government leaders, which, by the way, are not being properly even elected, and use my money as a taxpayer's money to deliver that interest. And the objective of RT is not deliver the information, is not to inform people, but to influence. And RT is rather a lobbyist, international lobbyist, rather than a mass media. And like one of the Just recent examples. Here next to Boston, there is a construction of a gas pipeline supposed to go through Worcester. And there are protests against the construction of that pipeline. And since I used to live in Boston, I have friends there in that constituency. I was asking them, where are you getting your information from about that pipeline? They are saying, from RT. And that's the source of information. And then I started digging in, and I saw that, for example, the main media tools to fight against the shale gas production, for example, they have been delivered through the same tools. Different protest actions, they are being organized by the same tools. CNN might be biased, Fox News even more biased, but they are not organizing protests in Russia. They are not telling us where we should assemble, what slogans we should carry, like RT does. And that's a major difference. And that makes RT not a media, although it's a very high quality product. And I admire the work of people who are working there, but they shouldn't call themselves media, and they shouldn't be regulated as a media. They should be regulated differently, and that's my point. And lastly, you said that I'm saying that Russia is danger. I love Russia. I have been many times, since I'm under pressure from that regime, I've been many times proposed to apply for a political asylum or any kind of emigrate. I say no, I will never do this. I am a Russian citizen. I will fight for better Russia. But of course I am an enemy of that regime which is in Russia. And the danger is coming from the actions and deeds of that regime. And what I am very much worried is that that regime is finding some useful idiots in the West that actually communicate the position of that regime to Western audience and absolve all the motivations, all the motives of that regime. And I think that that should never be done. And you as a young diplomat, and I'm coming from diplomatic family myself, and my grandfather has been sacked by Soviet government when he was fighting for peace in Poland, and he managed to negotiate a peace and to avoid invasion of Soviet Union in Poland. He was working as his conscience was dictating him to do. And I very much hope that you as a young diplomat will do the same.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ken Martinez, and I'm here representing the Stanford US-Russia Forum. My question is also for Mr. Ponomaryov. I found your comments quite interesting. Thank you for your presentation. My question is regarding possible paths forward in Russia. So when you look at polling data run by Levada Center and Vitziam, they track the protest mood in the country. And one of the metrics that they actually look for is, would you go on the streets for a protest with political demand or economic demand? And what you see consistently is people are more reactive to economic demands. So political protests are seen by many people as a waste of time. And increasingly in the wake of events in Ukraine, people see politics, there's a specific question, is what role does it have in a democratic society? So political protests. And people are saying that it served to destabilize the country, which is, I think, a narrative taken from the media. So given the lack of kind of willpower for people to have political protests, what do you think is a possible avenue forward? And what might be a potential move for motivation for change in the future in Russia?
Thank you. Firstly, I do fully agree with you about the role of economic protests and the social issues. I think, yes, they inspire way more people to fight for their core interests and political things, especially for Russians, which never have like any serious possibility to influence the politics in our country. So politics is not that inspiring because they don't see like direct consequence of their actions. and social things they do see, because, for example, in 2005 we were like really on the verge of revolution related to monetization of privileges, and it was like in Ukraine last year, you know, people were seizing regional administrations, you know, there were riots, you know, there were fires, you know, and Putin has to give a lot of funding to calm down those processes. Actually, they were totally went totally unknown for Western media, you know, were very like neoliberal in their inclination, so they didn't realize that it was like really major thing happening. Of course, you know, when your country is in the situation of a military conflict, when there is a huge patriotic uprising, you know, whatever protests, whatever rebellion is always being contributed to some like foreign influence or like traitors and like state treason, and that's kind of blames I'm getting for myself, and that the kind of blames Boris Nemtsov was getting for himself all the time, and many others do. The truth is that the time will pass, and we saw that already in 1914, exactly the same. In 1914, all political forces, however opposition they were united around Tsar and say, yes, we need to protect our brothers Slavs, Serbs, we need to engage in this war, we will be victorious, you know, so, and touting, you know, with all the trumpets they had. It was tiny political sect of Bolsheviks who were saying against the war, and they were exactly so like national traitors, German agents, you know, all the kind of things you might imagine. Just 2 years later, the economic difficulties were coming from breakup with Germany, where the largest amount of trade of Russia of that time was. Resulted in a serious economic crisis, beginning of reshuffling the government of that time, and in 1917, just accidental spark triggered the revolution, and at the end of the same year, Bolsheviks already were the biggest political party and came to power. And I think that we are to witness the same type scenario. The biggest question mark is who is Bolsheviks. And it might be those people who are on the streets of Moscow now. It might be those people who are around Khodorkovsky, but it also might be those people who are fighting in Novorossiya right now, in Donetsk. And I think that, unfortunately, there are bigger chances that those people who are being popularized in the media, like RT and others, they would be the ones who would supersede. And then we'll see this Frankist type regime, and it would be good if it would stay isolationist and not expansionist.
Thank you. I apologize, I'm a little short for this. Oh, thank you. There we go. Teamwork. So this is in regards to some comments Mr. Ponomarev made, but... Please identify yourself. Oh, hello. I'm Anna Patton. I'm a graduate from Tufts University. But I'd like to open this up to answers from anyone on the panel. You mentioned that Putin claims to be fighting for Christian values and European values, while at the same time undermining these same values to get the result. Do you think that this will ever reach an impasse where these are he's no longer able to do these at the same time, and where within Russia, where someone or a group will be able to call him out on this and it will be a changing point? And if so, what would that look like?
Try answering that. The reason that Putin is denouncing degenerate European immoral behavior, Putin's team are referring to gay Europe and gay Europa, claiming to stand up for traditional values, is anti-liberal. It is part of this Putinism phenomenon that the panel has been discussing, is a rejection of a lot of the values that we associate with liberal individualism, including rationality, individual reason, as well as individual freedom. So Putin has sought allies from within Russia's political culture, obviously the Orthodox Church, and many people who are fearful of both change and individual freedom. And of course, he has appealed to those in Europe who are resentful of US influence. So the foundation for this ideological axis between Putin and Marine Le Pen and the far right and even some of the far left, like Syriza, is fundamentally anti-US, but beyond that, a fundamental rejection of a lot of the values that underlie liberal democracy.
Hello, my name is Yaroslav Brychka. I represent the Ukrainian delegation here at the Symposium, and my question is to Mr. Ponomaryov. With the unfortunate death of Boris Nemtsov, does Russia still have hope for a strong opposition to Putin's regime, and if so, who would be the leader of this opposition? Thank you.
Boris was one of the brightest figures in the opposition, but he could hardly be called the leader of the opposition. This honor is right now being, like, society is debating whether the leader of the opposition is Navalny or Khodorkovsky. And I think that Kremlin is actually trying its best to provoke tensions between them, although so far it didn't work. And they are working in a court. So I don't think that this particular murder would change this situation. What I'm afraid very much is that this murder would be used to compromise one or another, and I think that the person who would be compromised would be Khodorkovsky, and I think that there would be some faked phone calls or anything like that revealed in the near future, and the objective is the West. And this message would be communicated here, because what they're afraid is that Khodorkovsky would be would form a strong alliance with Western democracies, and that would be a consolidated position of the West. Khodorkovsky so far was very much successful in doing this, and just yesterday when it happened, he was speaking at the Chatham House and making very bold statements about what he's going to do in the future and how he's going to fight for the leadership in Russia. And that might also be a response for that particular statement, although I very much hope that it's not the case.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Alon Eisenman. I'm a member of the Israeli delegation. My question is for Mr. Ponomarev. Mr. Ponomarev, you claim that ISIS is an enemy but not a threat. Isn't any enemy a potential threat? Because we in Israel, we see ISIS advancing toward our border while they're beheading people all the time. So we see it as a potential threat, and we are pretty much concerned about it. What is your opinion for it?
I 100% agree with you. For you, it's the threat number one, obviously. And I think that, again, you are the part of that civilization that I was referring to, and that you need to be helped as much as possible. I'm just saying about the threat for the West in its entirety, and in its entirety, ISIS is a physical danger rather than a value danger. And what worries me a lot, that what's happening right now in Eastern Europe, that's danger to values, and that generates wide appeal to general public, and it has serious traction within Western societies. And I'm afraid that many people, they don't see it on their radar. They don't recognize that, for example, RT has right now more viewers than CNN has. That it's now the main media channel in the West. It's not being recognized. And when it would be recognized, it might be too late.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Benya Kraus. I'm a first-year student at Tufts University and part of the EPIIC colloquium. My question is for you, Mr. Stanskic. Putin has often been quoted, for example, in his speech at the Valdai, as advocating for Russia to form a kind of democracy that is conducive to Russian life and Russian culture. In other words, democracy on their own terms. Do you believe that there's a place, or you have mentioned during this panel discussion several examples of how liberal democracy has failed to establish itself in Russia. So my question is, do you believe that there's a place for Western-style democracy? Or in other words, is Russia's cultural and economic structure conducive to the actual implementation of the constitutional reforms you are advocating for? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I believe.
Yeah. Can I ask a follow-up question? Or
just a side note. If you guys have any questions directed to Mr. Sakharov, you can write them down, and he can get back to you.
Okay, wonderful. I'll do that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Artem Barashov. I'm a member of the MGIMO delegation from Russia. Thank you for a very interesting panel discussion here. My question is to Dr. Remington, and he was talking about a very contentious and very interesting and very important issue in Russian politics, pension system and so on. So he was, as many experts in Russia, critical about the situation right now. So do you see that there is any chance of positive scenario for Russian pension system, and what reforms should Russian government enact to establish a more positive pension system? Thank you.
I separate two sides of the problem. One is, what is the system, and the other is, will people in fact comply with it? So whatever system is adopted, and I think it's still in flux. The question is, when will people actually pay into the system? How much of the informal economy will become legal? How much of the black economy will become white? How much of the pay that goes converted in the envelope, how much will it be legal? What about the migrant workers? What about many people who are working off book? There's a rising share of informal labor. There's a rising outflow of capital. The economy is moving to become more and more state-owned. So for there to be social insurance systems that work, there have to be incentives for people as workers and as employers to think for the long term. So whatever system is adopted, it will have to be with a view to, is it sustainable over the long term? And that requires an agreement on the part of employers and workers and the government that they are actually going to be stable for the long term and not change the rules every week.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Nikos Passas at Northeastern University. I have also a question for Dr. Remington. You spoke of the growing inequality within Russia, and of course this is a trend that we've seen for many years worldwide, within countries as well as across countries. And we have also seen that invariably corruption contributes substantially to this problem, although in different forms and with different impact. What are your thoughts on the impact of corruption in inequality in Russia? What's the way forward? And by the way, you can elaborate on whatever you say now. This afternoon we have a special workshop on the challenges of corruption in Russia at 4:30. Thank you.
Inequality doesn't depend on corruption. Corruption increases it, I completely agree with you. Hidden incomes are disproportionately distributed to the well-off. That's simply a fact. And that's global. Thomas Piketty's book indicates that globally there's a widening gap between what people are earning and what they're reporting. So the true measure of inequality in Russia is undoubtedly much higher. That's the case in China as well, where there's a huge amount of unreported income. Much of that is illegal income. In the US, obviously, it's not corruption in any direct sense that's contributing to the extravagant level of inequality that we have. So I don't equate the two phenomena. But where you have high corruption, you contribute to the inequality that you have. How do you address both corruption and inequality? I come back to the idea of a social contract. It is a rare achievement in, let's say, a European society that people pay their taxes, they are willing to share the benefits of the growth of the economy. Whatever mixture of public and private mechanisms they use for allocating risk and reward is basically accepted, and they are investing in the future. So the great missing piece in Russia, but it's true, I would say, in China, and to some extent in the United States, would be some kind of mechanisms for generating a consensus that we're all in it together. We had something like that in the 40s and the 50s in the United States. We grew the middle class, and the middle class in Russia and in China and in the United States is stagnant. That's dangerous because it corrodes that kind of social consensus or social contract that I'm talking about. Where there's a social contract, people are willing to assume the burdens of monitoring government, and that reduces corruption. But in a world in which nobody trusts anyone else, and the idea is I'm going to grab before the next guy grabs, thinking in short term and thinking for the self first, that's the society where corruption flourishes. And it is very much the case for Russia.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elena Yamburenko. I'm representative of GIMO University, Moscow. And as an analyst, I prefer to operate with evidence and facts rather than prompt conclusions that can present a very distorted picture of Russia. And that's why, returning to evidence, I would like to direct my question to Mr. Stanskih. Actually, I would like to ask you, could you please specify those articles, cite or specify those articles of the Russian Constitution that, according to you, should be reformed? Because, by the way, I just wanted to add that the Russian Constitution was crafted in the conformity with globally acknowledged values and European models of constitutional law. That's why I would like to... Okay. I will ask then in Russian, as my colleagues helped me to say.
I understand you, okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just then, could you specify or cite those articles of the Russian Constitution that should be, according to you, reformed?
Sorry for my English. Can I speak in Russian, please? Yeah. Grigory will, okay, assist me. Елена, спасибо за вопрос. Поближе микрофон.
Thank you very much for your question.
Действительно, Конституция России прошла европейскую правовую экспертизу в свое время.
The Russian Constitution passed the expertise of law expertise.
Legal expertise in Europe, in the Council of Europe. Это было обязательным одним из условий вступления России в Совет Европы.
It was a condition to join Russia, for Russia to join the European Union. Council of the Europe. Council of Europe.
Я сразу здесь же отвечаю на вопрос, на предыдущий вопрос о том, что Россия по-прежнему является частью европейского правового порядка.
Russia is still the part of the European order, law order, legal order.
Частью Европейской конвенции по правам человека.
The part of the European Conventions for Human Rights.
И участником, и частью юрисдикции Европейского суда по правам человека.
And the part of the European Court for Human Rights.
И эта экспертиза, которая была в Совете Европы,
this expertise in the European Council,
в целом признала Конституцию России соответствующей европейским демократическим стандартам.
They agree that the Russian Constitution has European modern standards.
Это заключение Венецианской комиссии Совета Европы 1994 года.
This is conclusion of the Venetian Commission of from 1994.
Однако Венецианская комиссия уже тогда обратила внимание на чрезмерную роль президента в системе власти и отношений.
But at that time, Venetian Commission paid attention on the role of president in the Constitution.
Время показало правоту европейских экспертов. Они были правы.
So the European experts were right at that time.
Одна из ключевых проблем президентских полномочий кроется в 80-й статье Конституции.
One of the most important problems of the Russian presidency is in the Article 8. Yeah. 80, yeah.
Президент объявляется гарантом Конституции, который может издавать указы, нормативные указы, восполняющие пробелы, заменяющие собой законы федеральные.
So the president is a guarantor of the law and in the Constitution.
Но проблема не только в конституционном тексте, но в самой конституционной практике.
But problems is not only on the Constitution, but also in constitutional practice.
The document shouldn't be reformed, actually, shouldn't be amended. Документ не должен, то есть сам документ не должен меняться, должна меняться практика.
The document cannot change. We need to change practice.
It's a question.
Это дискуссионный вопрос.
This is discussion.
Есть несколько подходов. Один из подходов состоит в том, что Конституция правовой документ прямого действия.
There are different approaches. The first one is Constitution as a document of the direct action.
Если бы у нас была независимая судебная власть, которая бы могла принимать независимые решения, то в целом независимая судебная власть могла бы сдерживать чрезмерные полномочия президента.
If we will have independent power, this independent power will judicial power will restrict the function of the president.
Я пришлю вам, напишите мне письмо, я пришлю вам экспертный доклад, который был подготовлен группой специалистов по конституционному праву к 20-летию Конституции о путях конституционной модернизации России. Там подробно рассматриваются все варианты совершенствования как самой Конституции, так и конституционной практики. Да. Сложно для перевода, извините, пожалуйста. Может быть, вы переведете.
That was actually prepared for the 20th anniversary of the Russian Constitution, where there are several ways of constitutional reform are actually specified. So it exists and we can consult it. Okay. Thank you very much for your answer.
So let me add a comment on that. The article in question is Article 90, not Article 80. I wrote a book on presidential decrees, so I'm interested in the subject. Russia's constitution is not inherently undemocratic. The president has slightly wider decree powers than other democratic presidential systems. And the problem is entirely, and here I agree, with the way the constitution is implemented.
Екатерина Забродская, Russia Direct. Mr. Ponomarev, first I have a short follow-up question. Did I understand you correctly that you said that the West shouldn't mess with Russia, but rather should try to engage with Russian diasporas, because in a couple of years they will come back and try to build a new Russia? If so, what do you expect to happen with these 2 years? And my actual question is, many believe that Russian opposition doesn't have any chance to bring upon any significant change in Russia unless it is supported by military elites. Do you agree with that? What's your attitude to this?
I will start from the second part of your question. Russian military elites are extremely weak traditionally. That's how they were constructed and preserved during the whole 20th century, and I don't think that any push for any change might come from that circles of the society. Although, of course, their position would be significant, but I would say lesser significant than the position of security forces and organized crime and many other circles of Russian society. I would put it this way. Speaking about the return, you understood me correctly. I think that this current regime would inevitably fall within this term of President Putin. I think that he would not be staying for his next term. I don't know what would be the particular scenario, how that would happen, but I think that he would not be elected for his, that would be already like 5th term, in fact. But when I am speaking about return, I think that the only positive scenario for Russia would be if there would be an agreement between part of the current elites and those who would be on the streets, like coming from left liberal type alliance, impersonated by people like Khodorkovsky. I think that was one of the main objectives of this murder, to make sure that such alliance cannot happen, because in this situation the main selling point of an alliance, a certain protection of certain people of the former regime, might not happen, because then the person who would be proposing this would have to assume this blood on himself. And that seriously restricts his maneuver. So basically it makes both sides cornered, fighting each other, and Putin's side, of course, currently is stronger than Khodorkovsky's, and even Novorossiya's side is stronger than Khodorkovsky, because it has better popular support, especially in Russian regions. And that's why I think that the main thing that needs to be done by the diaspora right now is to present a coherent and clear vision of Russia after Putin, which would generate popular traction, communicate that vision during the election campaign of 2016, the election campaign to State Duma, where there would be a single mandate districts where we can push for our candidates, which can disseminate this kind of program, but it has to be popularly supported, so that the alternative would be finally presented to the general constituency.
Good morning. My next question will be addressed to Mr. Ponomarev.
Could you identify yourself?
Sorry. My name is Evgeny. I'm from Renepa, Moscow. But my next question will be addressed to Mr. Ponomarev, but everyone is welcome to answer. So, as you might know, one of the most favorite mottos of those supporting Putin is like, if not Putin, then who? So they believe that no one can handle Russia but Putin. So do you see any candidates, any decent candidates, preferably with a liberal agenda, who could substitute him? Thank you.
Firstly, I would say that I think the main and probably the only achievement of Mr. Medvedev is he is the living evidence that Russia can live without a president. Because the ruling party can be in shadows, and Putin was actually presenting a kind of parliamentary model in this scenario. He was the leader of the ruling party, a prime minister, you know, and the leader of the ruling coalition when the president was somebody else. And you know, my ideal case scenario would be if there would be somebody who would be trusted enough by different opposition circles to be a temporary placeholder and to be the one who would implement certain reforms and restart Russian political system. I believe in deep constitutional reform. I think that the constitution needs to be replaced and that we need to transition to parliamentary democracy and with, you know, very push as much power to the regions as it is generally possible. And there is one obvious person who can implement such tasks is Khodorkovsky. And again, on the post-Soviet space, there was examples like that. It was the example of Rosa Atunbayeva in Kyrgyzstan. She was named as this transitional president, trusted by all parties, carried this task perfectly in a very unstable environment when nobody trusts each other. So that also means that this proof of concept exists. And Khodorkovsky, during his 10 years prison term, actually totally proved that he's the one who can be trusted in such capacity. So I think that this transition is possible. The question is not within the accord, within the elites and even the opposition. The question is that our people has to believe it. We're not talking about the elections. Khodorkovsky would not come to power through elections, and I can bet, you know, everything that next change of power would not come through elections, whatever this power would be. But still, people need to support it, otherwise the country would collapse, and we will see the same scenario as in Ukraine. And there would be another bid of those formal elites who would say, you see no alternatives being presented. We have all the knowledge, we have all the power, so Kudrin needs to be restored as a finance minister, and like we see in Ukraine, where the current government cannot do anything, and that's how Russia is playing there.
Thank you.
Уважаемые гости, добро пожаловать, доброе утро. My name is Joel Wasserman. I'm a member, I'm a senior studying international relations, and I'm a member of this year's EPIIC class. So my question is for Ilya Vladimirovich, Mr. Ponomarev. So Ambassador Matlock and a number of our esteemed panelists yesterday were talking about how if we are to avoid profound geopolitical crisis and some very serious international insecurity, the United States and Europe are going to have to make some sort of deal with Russia that is respectful of Russian security concerns and which treats Russia as a legitimate counterparty. I was wondering, do you believe that this is compatible with the actions you believe the West should be taking in regards to the current Kremlin, and that if our countries in the West can do this with good conscience?
Thank you very much for a great question. I hope we would see you one day as an ambassador in Moscow. Ambassador Matlock is a person who still is very well regarded in Moscow, and you were a great ambassador. during the very difficult transition time. I was very much surprised to hear what I heard yesterday, because I think I am not a great fan of President Reagan, but I think that what you have been speaking about yesterday was very much contradicting with his usual approaches and policies. As I'm saying, the pacifying the aggressor is the bad policy. To have inconsistent realpolitik type approach is a bad policy. Ostpolitik of Willy Brandt is dead. Is dead because it was built on the idea of a bridge between two superpowers, but there are no longer two superpowers. It has to be one society, it has to be one world, it has to be one set of values. It shouldn't be talk about dividing spheres of interest. That's a Cold War mentality which I don't think has to be sustained in the 21st century. I think that Russia has to be incorporated in the Western world. I think we are part of the Western world. I think that our values are fundamentally the same as the values of Western world. And by creating the spheres of interest, you're actually pushing Russia away from Western world. And you're pushing Russia away from sharing that values. You are alienating Russia. And that's exactly the mistake that West has made during 1990s. And that's why we are in the situation where we are right now. I think that everything needs to be done by making our societies as transparent to each other as possible, by bringing as much Russians to the West as possible, by closing the West as much as possible for Russian leadership, and no talking. It's time to action. You need to do something finally.
Hi, my name is Matt Felsenfeld, and I'm a member of the EPIIC class for this year. So my question is to Mr. Ponomarev as well, but it's really for anyone. In the United States, there's this emphasis on the presidential elections every 4 years, and sometimes this kind of glossing over of congressional elections and local elections, which arguably are more important. Well, the United States and Russia are very different. I was wondering what you think of kind of Duma elections and local elections and representatives as pathways for reform. I think you've touched a little bit on this, but I was wondering if you could elaborate.
Thank you. That's a brilliant question. And there was one point in the evolution of Russian political system when I thought that local elections could be the turning point. And it was not very long time ago. It was just a year and a half ago. And we even, it's not like it made a deal, but like agreed to the administration of the president with the approach when they said, okay, we will open up local elections for you, make them as competitive, as free, as open, and as fair as possible. And you agree to go there. Basically, not that abandon the federal politics, but focus on the local level. And there were several prominent figures which won, like Evgeny Roizman in Yekaterinburg. We won Petrozavodsk, we lost Voronezh, but it was competitive. And then I was taking part in Novosibirsk election campaign, which is the third largest city in Russia, and we were on track to win, and we eventually won. But I myself have to withdraw after the voting on the Crimea, because then the situation has changed dramatically. We still won, it's still the opposition person there, but now he's in a situation when his hands are totally tied. He cannot do anything. Our budget has lost 20% of its value. We cannot pay any social obligations that we are supposed to be paying. So the opposition is rather compromised by that victory rather than victorious. And it's totally useless to do this under current system. So without changing the fundamentals of the budget approach in Russia, without actually restoring the federalism we are fighting for in eastern Ukraine, without giving as much power to local constituencies as possible, that cannot be changed. But when it would happen, yes, I would prefer to forget who is the president of Russia and who is the ruling party and whatever. And I want such system to be created where it's totally irrelevant.
Thank you very much.
This will be your final question.
Okay. Hello, my name is Vladislav Sirotenko. I'm a Tufts graduate student, and my question is for Mr. Ponomarov. In the second part of your talk, you was listing some, guessing some possible future Bolsheviks, and you also listed Novorossiya among them. So my question is, why are you positioning, this Novorossiya among Russian political forces? What is its position in Russian political forces, if the answer is yes, and why?
Yeah, I'd like to stress that since I'm a leftist myself, so I am not referring to Bolsheviks as something negative. I was referring as something disruptive, as people who are very radical and willing to pay any price for its victory. That was the analogy that I was using, because of course Novorossiya is rather white guard rather than Red Army. It's a counter-revolutionary forces for sure. But their positioning is, most of people who currently support Novorossiya politically and who are fighting there actually were staying not on Poklonnaya Gora for Putin, but on Bolotnaya Square against Putin. That's where the bulk of these people is coming from. There is a split within all the circles of both power and the opposition, whether to support Novorossiya or to oppose Novorossiya. That's why I was saying that it's a major shift in Putin's policies. It's not that it's opposition who has changed and suddenly started to support Putin. It's Putin who made a bet on one very marginal and very radical part of the opposition, which was circled around newspapers Zavtra, tomorrow, Alexander Parkhanov and Alexander Dugin and Sergei Glaziev. Some of them got official positions within administration of president staff, like Sergei Glaziev. Others just informal advisors. Eduard Limonov, the National Bolsheviks Party, is now touting for Putin and his voice for this Novorossiya campaign. When some of the outright Nazis, neo-Nazis, are fighting on the Ukrainian side against these rebels, because they say Russia is for Russians and Ukraine is for Ukrainians. They are fighting for ethnical purity, don't want to take this Novorossiya. So the whole political landscape during last year has changed significantly, and that's why I'm very much afraid that those people who are genuinely anti-Putin from Novorossiya would come back. They would be coming back armed. They would be coming back very passionate. They would be coming back organized. They would coming back with the experience of military victories, with the readiness to spill blood, and with a very wide popular appeal generated by state media in Russia. They would be coming as heroes. And if peace would be created in eastern Ukraine, it would be most likely taken within Russia as a betrayal of that fight. And that means that those people who would be coming, they would be coming on the anti-Putin platform, and they would demolish the left liberal opposition, just because they would replace their position as the opposition to Putin.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ponomarov. Thank you, Dr. Remington. Thank you, Mr. Stanskik, and thank you, Mr. Kakamov, for this intellectual exchange. This concludes our panel, and please stay tuned for our next panel, which is Beyond the Barrel. So yeah, thank you, everyone.
That's not the right one.
So post.
The Russian postcard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we want social media or the Russian postcard?
The Russian postcard.
Okay.
Longer discussion.
The Tufts.
Logo, so it's like I'm hearing two things. So for now, it's a Russian postcard.
Okay.
If something tells you otherwise, okay?
Does the Russian postcard have the?
RU postcard, and I put it in its own folder so that when you play it full screen, it doesn't go into the slideshow.
You know what I can do? I can Photoshop on top of this the IGL logo.
Yeah, that's fine.
Then both of them will be happy.
He doesn't care. He wants just the Tufts logo in the middle. It's
Well,
fine. It's
yeah.
fine.
We'll switch off him.
We'll do that at lunch.
Which one is it?
It's neither of these. It should be, try the other, try this local this week.
No, that's the hard drive of the computer.
Oh.
Tom, are you around for the afternoon? No, I'm
Maybe
going to
this
take
one?
off. I've got to get back.
Oh,
Thank you
is
very
this
much.
yours?
I hope you enjoyed it. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Try clicking on it. Let's double check. Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not me. No, it's not even my...
Flash
it's not
drive?
even my,
No, this is. I know these people.
Yeah,
this
that's
is a Brazilian presentation.
This is not mine. Mine is red. Mine was red.
Yeah, here, let's take this one. That's his.
Ready, right? Yeah.
Who did you give yours to?
This is his flash drive.
This is mine flash? Okay,
Yeah.
let's see what's there.
It is ready. Okay, there we go. We got it.
Yeah, the story of a joint venture. Yeah, this is me.
There you go, perfect.
This is me.
Perfect.
All set.
Okay, now do you have a clicker or?
Yeah, so you use just these keys
Oh, up
right
and
here.
down, okay.
Yeah. Or left and right, actually.
Oh, left and right.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. This is not.
That's not yours,
Yeah,
no.
I was hoping for.
Should I put the Russia postcard or do you want me to put?
Russia postcard. So we just
So
have one
we'll give you
PowerPoint
your-
for the whole panel.
I think. Let me double check.
Okay.
Okay, so how do I get to it?
I'll
Oh,
come
you
and
will,
do
you
it
will
for
do.
you.
You'll set it first.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only thing that I need to know is
Yes.
right and left. Okay.
Perfect.
Very good. Easy enough. Should be.
I look forward to this morning. Are we on schedule? We're about 4 minutes.
Okay.
Which is
We have another one. Oh, sorry.
Nice jacket.
Are you around this afternoon from 4:30 to 6:30? Would you be willing to participate in a breakout either on corruption
Oh, God.
or economics? Thank you.
Just tell me.
Can I just clarify which one it is? This PowerPoint?
It's this one. This one. But take this.
The PDF or
Yes,
the?
the PDF. Give me that flash drive. I'll give it to
Yep.
the last panel moderator. That's it.
Okay. So,
I don't know.
can we do this in full screen?
Yeah. View. Full screen.
Okay. So, yeah, I think you can just use these.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
Oh, so I have to come here. I see.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll give you your flash drive back at the end.
Oh, I see. Okay. You can put it on the desktop if you want.
If that works for you. Usually
Yeah.
people have issues like with content.
Yeah, no, if
so
it's a PDF, you can not do anything with it anyway.
Okay.
But because I will forget otherwise my
Yeah, not a problem.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I just need to shut. If then have it open. Which one is it? This
That one, yeah. Oh, we gotta quit it.
Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
It's whatever you guys want. Yeah.
So Katie should be here, and she's gonna do the speaker timer for this one.
So for this panel, we'll do speaker timer and then tech stuff.
Yeah.
And then after lunch, we'll have Katie do the speaker timer for those two.
Yeah.
And have you do tech stuff.
Yeah.
Or alternating.
She's awake. She said she was I told her to be here. I sent her a message probably like 15 minutes ago saying you have like 15 minutes to get here. So yeah, she like turned off her alarm while she was sleeping or something. But yeah, so then you two will come tomorrow morning too.
Okay.
Just to,
It's actually not super early tomorrow.
yeah, the first one's at 11.
I think 11.
So
Okay, then.
So maybe like 10. Yeah.
Yeah. Probably 10. I will be here by 9:30.
Okay.
I'm not assigned for tomorrow.
You're not assigned for tomorrow unless you want to be.
We'll see tomorrow, I
We'll
guess.
see tomorrow. Also, everybody has a big break from 4:30 to 8 today.
Because we're doing breakout.
Yeah.
Breakout and dinner.
So, big, huge break, and you can get dinner and sit there, or you can come here. I'll be here. I'm gonna leave at probably 4:30.
So you go take a break.
I'm gonna go and see people I haven't seen in a long time.
Good.
Well,
My friends, my friends have wondered where I've gone, and they're like, "You're done tonight, right?" No, we keep going. It's fun.
and just spend a little bit of time, and I'll be back here probably by 6:30 or 7.
Okay. Perfect.
But it just means someone needs to be in this room while I'm gone. But it's not you guys.
Okay.
So I'll figure that out. So you don't. I'm hoping.
Okay, so.
All right, I'm gonna go I'm starving. I haven't had
Okay,
food today.
please, absolutely.
Hopefully that'll work.
Yeah. I have my phone, so if something doesn't work, I'll be back.
Do you know where a non-iPhone charger is? Okay, that's fine. I'll find it.
I think we have a non-iPhone charger.
I don't know. Would that be
So, just for reference, like when when Mr. Ponomaryov was speaking, I wanted to, Sherm asked me to get Nemtsov's picture back on here. So how would I access, like, I guess, the computer from this screen?
So it's kind of like, so there are multiple, so you mute the screen, which shuts everything
Gotcha.
down, then you get out of this.
Gotcha. Understood.
And then so the Boris one is this that I created. So you just go like that.
Okay.
And then you click this, it goes up.
Okay.
So it's on screen right now. You switch it off, you mute it, and then you switch back.
Okay.
At no point do you switch while your screen is not ready to switch.
Okay, so always have it on image mute if I'm trying to switch it?
Yep.
Okay. All right,
And rest of the settings I've already set here, so you don't need to, like, if anything gets stuck.
Hello? Hello? Folks, could you please take your seat? We need to commence. Thank you very, very much. Classic EPIIC time. We're a little bit behind, but we will catch up. This is not Amtrak. I want to thank our distinguished panelists. And Maxime, could you please start this off?
Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is Maxime Kondratenko. I am a senior at Tufts and member of the EPIIC class, and I will be moderating this panel entitled Beyond the Barrel, the Russian Economy. Over the course of the past quarter century, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Russian economy has undergone a fundamental transformation, a transformation to which the Russian government and the Russian people have often found difficult to adapt. This panel will attempt to explore today's Russian economy, its present status and potential future, in all of its diverse facets, beyond the well-known importance of the oil and gas industries. Topics under discussion will include, among others, the status of Russia's domestic economy, the business climate, and the effects of sanctions. I would like to thank our panelists for being here today to discuss their various and very impressive experiences in this crucial field. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Matthew Murray. To properly introduce him and to present him with a Meyer Award, I will now turn it over to one of my fellow EPIIC students, Mr. Ben Shipley.
Good morning, all. My name is Ben Shipley. I'm a sophomore here at Tufts University, and it is my honor to present the Dr. Jean Meyer Global Citizenship Award to Mr. Murray today. The Meyer Award was created in 1993 in memoriam and honor of Dr. Jean Meyer, the 10th president and chancellor of Tufts University. The award is meant to challenge and inspire the Tufts community by bringing to the university renowned and accomplished scholars who serve as excellent role models for future generations. Dr. Meyer believed that scholarship, research, and teaching are the three tools necessary to solve the problems facing our world. A brilliant scientist, he managed to translate his groundbreaking work and medical experience into an incredible and effective career as a public servant, working with the UN and WHO before eventually coming and reshaping Tufts University into the institution it is today. These same qualities of spirit, generosity, and achievement are what characterize the recipients of the Dr. Jean Meyer Award. Today's honoree, Mr. Matthew Murray, exemplifies these high standards of character. Throughout his career, Mr. Murray has worked at the intersection of law, international economics, and national security. Now Deputy Assistant Secretary for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa for the International Trade Administration of the U.S. Department of Commerce, Mr. Murray began his involvement in U.S.-Soviet politics immediately following his graduation from Tufts, performing research with Dr. Leslie Geld from 1979 to 1981, before moving on to become Senator Kennedy's National Security Advisor in 1982. His law career began as an associate attorney at an international law firm where he conducted arbitration on behalf of the United States companies and helped the firm launch a Russian law practice and establish one of the first Western legal offices within Moscow. In 1991, he founded Sovereign Ventures, Incorporated, a risk management firm dedicated to advising multinational corporations and institutions how to reduce governance and corruption risk within Russia, Central Asia, and Eastern Europe. In 2000, Mr. Murray co-founded the Center for Business Ethics and Corporate Governance, a nonprofit dedicated to building rule-based markets within Russia, Central Asia, and Eastern Europe. As chair, Mr. Murray helped design and manage innovative projects to promote the rule of law and reduce corruption in those regions. As head of the center, Matthew Murray was asked to co-chair the U.S.-Russia Working Group on Anti-Corruption and Institutional Integrity, an organization of the U.S. and Russian civil society leaders formed to share best practices. The group convened regularly under the auspices of U.S.-Russia Bilateral Presidential Commission to spur both nations to address the transnational threat of corruption. Now responsible for recommending and developing policies, strategies, and programs for advancing U.S. economic interests in over 100 countries, Mr. Murray is a true expert and a wonderful example of what it means to be a public servant. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to today's honoree, Matthew Murray.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And, you know, I I'd like to thank the entire university, the faculty, the students for giving me this award. When I look back at my professional and academic career, I am absolutely sure that Tufts was the most formative institution for me, and that, you know, this may be because of my relative youth at the time, but I think it was more because of the passion and the energy of the students and the professors that formed this community. And, you know, I think from there I derived some inspiration to commit my career to international relations. And I've continued to derive my inspiration from Tufts throughout my career. And perhaps more important, Tufts gave me the tools and the skills to engage, practically speaking, in the realm of policy. And policy, as you all know, is not easy. And with a Tufts education behind me, I was able to start right out in my career in Washington and work on in the realm of, you know, bringing great ideas to reality, and I've continued to work in that realm ever since. And I'm back here over the last couple of days. I've just been here for about 24 hours. I'm absolutely sure that the Tufts was essential to my ability to do this, and that the Tufts community itself continues to make a very positive contribution to the world. So thank you again for the recognition. It's great to be back in Medford. And I want to start by thanking Director Sherman Teichman of the Tufts Institute for Global Leadership, along with David Puth of the Institute's Board of Directors. The EPIIC Symposium has become a global brand under their leadership, and I am very pleased to be part of this year's event. Let me also thank Dr. Robert Legvold, who is here with us today. In a way, Professor Legvold is actually to blame for me being here. I developed my interest in Russian affairs while studying under Professor Legvold, both as an undergraduate at Tufts University and as a graduate student at Columbia University. And Bob's trademark as a professor was to help students penetrate the opaque world of Soviet thinking, to challenge us to think in the subjective framework of Soviet decision makers, and to be able to assess and define the misperceptions that both helped cause and sustain the Cold War. And it was actually about 40 years ago, this year, that I attended Bob's Tufts lecture course on Soviet affairs, which included a class on the Soviet system of central economic planning. During this lecture, Bob described how Soviet central planners highly regulated the production and consumption of goods and generally prohibited Western goods and private sector activity. He then provided a vivid description of how, in response to central planning, a black market had emerged in the Soviet Union in the 1970s for the purchase and sale of Western goods. It turns out that the sale of jeans and other Western items was fairly widely practiced in Russia at the time, and that these informal markets functioned fairly well. Intrigued by this phenomenon, after class I asked the professor why, if the black market functioned, the Soviet authorities did not simply let the market grow, flourish, and the people prosper. And without hesitating, Professor Legvold said, "The Communist Party wants control and they will not give it up." So following my studies at Tufts, I have continued to be intrigued by this question. And I have worked in Russia as an entrepreneur throughout the 1990s and 2000s, and now in my current job overseeing U.S. trade relations with Europe for the Commerce Department. The perspective that I have gained from these experiences informs my comments today and cautions me against offering you simple explanations of the Russia economy and its current predicament. As others have noted already, and my distinguished panel members will further attest this morning, there are multiple causes for Russia's current economic predicament. Let me first address a narrative that has emerged in the media, particularly in Russia and Europe, that somehow the West has sought to isolate and weaken Russia. Russian state-controlled television is generating a daily diatribe that portrays America in particular as having single-mindedly pursued such a policy. Under these circumstances, it is especially important to recognize the extraordinary efforts that the U.S. and our European and other partners have made since the end of the Cold War over the past 25 years to achieve precisely the opposite. On a bipartisan basis, 4 consecutive American leaders from President George H. Bush to President Obama have desired a Russia that was economically strong rather than weak and unstable, a Russia integrated into the global economy, able to buy and sell, borrow and lend, and participate as a full-fledged partner. Also that Russia would be able to see and gain the benefits of being part of a global rules-based trading system. Starting in the mid-1990s, the United States embarked upon a long-term project along with other international trade partners to support Russia's effort to join the World Trade Organization. WTO membership for any given country is often mischaracterized in the press as kind of an event, wherein WTO members decide to confer benefits upon a country joining the WTO. In reality, WTO membership is the result of a process wherein a country aspiring to membership makes changes in its own rules regulating trade in order to conform to the organization's very rigorous standards. Economic reformers around the world have used WTO accession to help catalyze difficult reforms with an eye toward future economic benefits, and the Russian government did likewise. In joining the WTO, Russia went through a rigorous and politically difficult process of changing thousands of laws and regulations, and this required steadfast and painstaking efforts on the part of the US, EU, and other negotiators to explain the principles involved, articulate the advantages of Russia of making changes, and verify that changes were made sufficient to merit Russia's membership. This process, which took 18 years and culminated with Russia joining the WTO in 2012, brought lower tariffs and more predictability, transparency, and Russian government accountability for companies selling into Russia, to be sure. But it also gave Russian companies greater assurance of equitable treatment abroad and recourse to the WTO to ensure that treatment. We saw this as a classic win-win situation. And this achievement, built upon other economic diplomacy between the US and Russia spanning many years, ranging from governmental negotiations to liberalize visas, to joint public-private collaboration, to foster a new business culture of transparency, to a joint effort to modernize the Russian tax code, and to efforts to help Russia diversify its economy and wean itself of reliance on hydrocarbons and find a formula for more sustained and balanced economic growth. In short, we have considered it in America's interest to have Russia not as an adversary against which we would spend time and resources preparing to deter, but rather as an economic and broader geopolitical partner, as a market that is not only a source of raw materials, but also ideas, innovation, and even investment in capital in the manner of the mature relationships that we have with many other countries, including China, Germany, Brazil, Korea, and many others. You know, in my experience as an American diplomat over the past 3 years, I can tell you that one of the prized assets that we have as a country is the leadership and values demonstrated by the American business community. America's business community has not only hoped for, but has pursued the goal of a Russia that works and works efficiently, transparently, and well. That is the kind of environment in which American companies can best deploy their innovative capabilities, compete successfully, and promulgate their best practices. Over the past 2 decades, I've been privileged to observe American companies' commitment to Russia. And I can say that US businesses helped lead the way toward building a Russian economy that could become more transparent and competitive, strong and sustainable in a way that would benefit the citizens of both nations. US companies offer world-class technologies, products, services, and solutions. They are proven leaders in environmental practices, worker safety, community involvement. They have aspired to be reliable suppliers and customers for tens of thousands of Russians, excellent employers that encourage diversity in the workplace and human rights. These companies remain, for many Russians, the most significant and for some perhaps the only interface with international business values, Western concepts of business ethics, and best practices of corporate governance. In summary, the US business community has invested heavily in the Russian economy and in the Russian people. and U.S. governments of both parties have sought over 2 decades to build a better relationship on the basis of mutual economic interest. As a milestone in these U.S. efforts, exactly 1 year ago, on February 26, 2014, I watched as the Secretary of Commerce and the Russian Minister of Economic Development signed a memorandum that was intended to launch our 2 countries into a new phase of cooperation where we would help provide a clear path for U.S. and Russian companies to become members of each other's global supply chains. We were on the verge of another win-win breakthrough in conditions for trade. Unfortunately, though, with the decisions taken by Russia and the events that began to unfold in Crimea immediately thereafter, following this agreement, it has not been possible to proceed as we had hoped. So where is the Russian economy today, and how did it get there? Well, you know the basic headline. Western sanctions, along with low oil prices, have helped drive other structural weaknesses in Russia's economy, with the result that the economy is expected to decline from somewhere between 3% and 6% this year. Let's consider how this happened. First, Russia has made some bad economic choices. And for this purpose, it is helpful to recall the dilemma that Professor Legvold posed 40 years ago. Central control of the economy through the state versus the individual freedom required for economic growth. Today, despite the fact that it is a free market economy, Russia faces obstacles which are structural in nature and have in fact been limiting Russia's potential economic growth for years. The share of the economy accounted for by state-owned companies has grown significantly over the past decade. According to the American Enterprise Institute, for example, the state's share of oil production has grown from 20% in the early 2000s to 56% in 2013. State banks dominate the financial sector. The Russian government has placed restrictions on foreign investment as well as domestic investment in so-called strategic sectors since the mid-2000s, and this has limited the pool of new capital available for oil and gas production as well as other industries. Last month, a former deputy finance minister and former deputy governor of the Russian Central Bank noted that capital investment in Russia fell 5% in 2014. The deficit of small business represents another structural weakness in the dynamism of the Russian economy. Ernst & Young has done a study which shows that small and medium-sized enterprises account for only 22% of Russia's GDP. By contrast, in the US and UK, SMEs are over 50%, and in other BRIC countries, Brazil, the number is 60%, China 79%. So this suggests serious barriers to entry for startup business and limits the ability of the economy to adapt new technologies or change circumstances and to provide employment alternatives. So the state's continuing dominant role in Russian economy is damaging the economy. But importantly, it is not state control per se that is the problem. It is the choice that Russian leaders have made consistently to place that state control in the hands of a very small number of people and to give them tremendous powers over economic policymaking in specific industries and companies, as well as control over the assets and resources of those companies. It's not state control per se, but rather the notion that somehow a small number of people can run the Russian economy on manual and pick winners and losers. The second reason that Russia finds itself in dire economic straits today is bad foreign policy choices. Starting in March 2014, Russia's leadership chose to infiltrate and annex Crimea away from a sovereign country. It has since chosen to sustain an armed insurrection across the borders of Ukraine, and most disconcertingly, it has asserted a prerogative to do so irrespective of national borders, simply on the basis of the presence of ethnic Russian minorities. Western sanctions against Russia have been in place since March 2014, and it should have come as no surprise. All countries that have grown to value stability and peace in Europe would, of course, react sharply against Russia's seizure of Crimea and ongoing destabilization of Ukraine. Now, one could debate precisely how much of a role sanctions have played in Russia's economic troubles relative to other factors. Suffice it to say that the cost of financing has increased. Government and corporate borrowing costs have risen significantly as investors to continue to demand higher payouts to compensate for increased risk of holding Russian assets. Sanctioned Russian companies and banks largely have been cut off from international markets, with many facing large external bond and loan redemptions in 2015 and 2016. Energy companies, in particular, have faced significant challenges. The combination of sanctions and low oil prices has effectively halted all Russian exploration and development efforts in shale, Arctic offshore, and deepwater fields, production that is critical for Russia's medium to long-term growth. Russian officials have acknowledged some of the impacts. Energy Minister Novak said earlier this month that lack of financing has been a bigger challenge for Russian oil companies than lower oil prices. And former Finance Minister Kudrin grabbed headlines last month when he said that he expects over $90 to $100 billion in capital flight for 2015. In fact, capital outflows already exceeded $150 billion in 2014, compared with $63 billion in 2013. And finally, both the bad economic choices and the bad foreign policy choices make Russia extremely vulnerable to exogenous factors, foremost among them the downward trend in oil prices. This adds significant short and medium-term uncertainty for its economic prospects. The drop in global oil prices has been larger and faster than most people predicted, and it remains to be seen how low prices might go or how rapidly or how far they might rebound. To conclude this analysis of the state of economics in Russia, I would say that basically as a result of these choices, economic and foreign policy, the political risk premium that applies to doing business in Russia, to insurance, to loans, to finance, of any kind for business has been escalated dramatically. The combined impact has resulted in higher borrowing costs, a devalued currency, and we saw inflation up 15% in January. Compared with January 2014, last month, real wages were down 8%, and retail sales were down more than 4%. And ironically, the state has now been forced to support sanctioned companies, including large state-owned banks and corporations. At this stage, I should hasten to remind everyone that Western sanctions are not directed against these business relationships, nor are they directed against the people of Russia. They are meant to deter further bad foreign policy choices. From the very beginning of the crisis, we have said that we want to see a negotiated political solution that respects Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We continue to call on President Putin to work with Ukraine and other international partners in the context of the Minsk agreements and implementation plan, without setting unreasonable conditions to reach a lasting resolution to the conflict. If Russia fully implements its commitments, including those it signed up to under the terms of the Minsk implementation plan and September agreements, sanctions could be rolled back. Last week, the world observed the one-year anniversary of the fallen heroes of the Euromaidan. These brave Ukrainian citizens were claiming their right to join the European Union and to be able to participate in a world full of greater economic opportunity based on free trade and respect for the rule of law. The U.S., of course, strongly supports this goal of economic empowerment and prosperity for all individuals across the globe. And as President Obama said at the G20 summit in Brisbane last November, our long-term interest is in a Russia that is fully integrated with the global economy, that is thriving on behalf of its people, and can once again engage with us in cooperative efforts around global challenges. As those words indicate, we seek a Europe in which the people of Ukraine, the people of Russia's other smaller neighbors, and the people of Russia itself are free to trade, to invest, to travel, to exchange goods, services, and capital, to share innovative ideas across borders among themselves, within broader Europe, with the United States and globally. We do not see this as being incompatible with Russia's national interests. Economic development and prosperity, in our view, are in Russia's national interests. The challenge we face at present is that Russia's leadership is cultivating a very different perception of Russia's interests, based on a very different concept of Russia's role in its European neighborhood. And this is a challenge for policymakers and government, as well as for the private sector, and may indeed be one of the seminal foreign policy challenges of our time. It is a challenge for which there are no simple answers. It is essential, however, that we ask the right questions about the nature of the Russian economy, the history of U.S. cooperation with Russia to build its economy, and Russia's future integration into global markets in order to find the right answers. And for that reason, I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here at the symposium at Tufts University today, to participate in this panel, and to hear your thinking. Thank you very much.
I would like to once again thank Mr. Murray for his presence and remarks. And I would like to turn the mic back over to my fellow student, Maxim Kozrotenko, for further introductions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, and Ben as well. We will now move on to hear introductions from our other panelists. I would like to now welcome Birgit Hansel. Birgit Hansel is the World Bank's lead economist for the Russian Federation and country sector coordinator in the Poverty Reduction and Economic Management Network in the Europe and Central Asia region. Since joining the World Bank in 2005, she has worked for the bank's programs in Asia, Africa, and Europe, and since May of 2013 has been based in the Moscow-based Russia team. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Birgit Hansel.
Okay. Well, thank you. Matthew already gave you all the important numbers for the economy. All what I will do is show you some interesting figures around these numbers and confuse you, hopefully not more, but less. But that's what I get paid for as an economist. And then I will try to focus these 10 minutes that I talk to you on 4 questions. First, what happened with the oil price over the last year? And how does it impact the Russian economy directly in the first instance through its exchange rate? And that's why the oil price is so important for Russia. And then third, I will explain a bit the spillover effects of that entry of that revenue into the economy from the oil. And then in the end, I want to ask you, why do we care? And I want to explain why do I care from the World Bank, which has as the goal to reduce worldwide poverty and to increase shared prosperity. Okay? So don't be alarmed by the slides. If you have questions, always just spring in. I have no problems to answer them. So what happened with the oil price over the last year? And here you see the main price markers that we have for the oil price market. We have the Brent, which is the international marker. We have the WTI, which is the US country marker. And what you saw here is really that over the last 7 months specifically, the world market, the world oil market, is looking for a new equilibrium. And we have now an ongoing competition for market share between the OPEC and the non-OPEC oil producers. And this is really a process that started over the last years in these times of very high oil prices, that this induced a lot of new technology that brought new non-traditional oil producers to the market and put pressure on the price. And OPEC feels now that as a cartel that produces the majority of oil in the world market, that it has to protect its market share, and for that reason decided in this famous November 27 meeting from last year not to increase not to cut oil output. So what we also see is that especially in the US, oil production is still growing at an annual rate. But even if we look at traditional oil producers like Iraq and Russia, we saw last year really record outputs in oil production. For instance, Russia itself had an oil production in December that was past its post-Soviet record. And the same is for Iraq. So we have a lot of vulnerable areas of oil production in the world at the moment too, like in Iraq. But at the same time, oil supply is very reliable. On the other hand, we see quite a weakness in demand. And you know that, for instance, China's growth is slowly coming down. So we see much weaker demand for prices. And that, together with this OPEC market share competition that it started, really put the pressure on the oil prices over the second half of last year. So what happened for Russia, or what is happening in general in Russia when the oil prices change? So if you have Russia, it's an open economy, it has a quite flexible exchange rate regime. What happens if you have the majority of your foreign exchange being tied to one or two commodity, like in the case of Russia, to oil and gas, then your exchange rate is very vulnerable to movements in the price of the single product. And this is exactly then that results into these beautiful graphs that we create, where you can pin the exchange rate and the ruble-dollar exchange rate very nicely together, and you see how connected they actually are. So you can see that the ruble exchange rate is really driven by movements in the exchange rate. But over 2014, a few other things happened in the Russian economy, as you know, and Matthew again already alluded to them. And while you see actually over the first half year relative stability in the oil price movements and the ruble movements, of course things changed. Oil prices started to decline around the middle of the year, last year, since July basically. We had the highest price in July, and then oil prices slowly started their descent. But what also happened is, of course, the geopolitical tensions that started in March. They itself had also some impact, by the way, on the exchange rate due to the heightened uncertainty it creates and the risk that it creates for foreign lenders to give capital to Russia, which they price into the price of borrowing costs, and it makes it very expensive for Russian companies and banks to borrow abroad for that reason. But what happened also in the second half of the year is the sanctions, the financial sector sanctions, started to become much more significant on July 31st, and for the first time explicitly restricted some banks and companies to access parts of the international market. And that also impacts, of course, the ability of getting foreign exchange for the company. And so you see a diverging trend between the oil price and the exchange rate over the second half. But also the Central Bank of Russia had a managed float, which means it intervenes, but it gives a wide band of flexibility to the exchange rate. But it was not a free float. And the goal was to implement by December 31st a free float, which means basically no intervention, only in cases of financial stability. And there was some speculation happening given the deterioration in the oil price and in financial limits to financial sector access, and that happened especially around October, where you see a lot of volatility here, and that really forced central bank to support the ruble in this sharp depreciation moment and spent a lot of its reserves to support the value of the ruble. And ultimately induced it on November 10 to switch earlier than expected to the foreign exchange and to the floated ruble. And the reason was really to preserve some of its reserve. I mean, the reserves are quite substantial of central bank, around 380 billion US dollars. But in October alone, the central bank spent more than 30 billion. So if you constantly have to intervene in these large amounts, you very quickly draw down on your reserves, which could put you in a very vulnerable position. When we had the switch to the floating exchange, you see, of course, volatility much more increasing. But this is a kind of transition period. You know, the market is testing where is the point where central bank is intervening. And they did it very successfully. You could really observe it on the trading every day. But of course, what was the worst point is that the oil price continued to go down for Russia. And it reached a point in December, as you know, where there was really a currency crisis happening, where the local banks were starting to run out of foreign currency, and there was a flight from the ruble by the population into durable goods. Everybody started to buy cars and whatnot, because if the value of your currency is constantly reducing, you're losing purchasing power, because every import that is produced somewhere abroad is suddenly becoming more expensive on a daily basis. So it's a really quite strong signal for consumers. And what we have now is, in the last 2 months, that oil prices stabilized, and luckily also the exchange rate is again smoothly connected to the oil price developments. But we have still, in times of increased geopolitical tensions, this penalty of losing value for the ruble, because people, the international community is simply penalizing a higher risk for a country that is involved in geopolitical tensions. Okay, so if you compare it to other main currencies, you can see easily that unfortunately this made the ruble the worst performing currency in the last year. It lost about 46% of its value over the year. And even in January, we had still a bit of movements in this direction. So what does it mean? How does it really affect the economy if I have this exchange rate tied to the oil price, but also to other risks that can influence my currency? And what happens if you have a high pressure, I already said, on the currency, and it's depreciating rapidly, you create inflation, or it creates inflation in the domestic economy. Because, of course, many goods that are imported immediately have to increase in prices because the value of your currency is decreasing. So we had, especially in the second half of the year, when the oil prices declined and the ruble depreciated, a really spike in the inflation rate. And one other interesting issue is the food inflation. And that's, of course, as you know, related to the impact of the restriction on imports from Western companies by the Russian government on August 7 as a retaliation to the sanctions they experienced on July 31st. So unfortunately, the effect of this ban on food, on specific food products, drove up inflation even more during 2014. And actually, as again, you got the number from Matthew, even in January alone, we had 15% of inflation and 20% food inflation, which is really quite an increase in 1 month. So what happened in the real sector? moving on from inflation, which is more what the consumer feels. The consumer basically loses his or her purchasing power, cannot consume as much. What happens on the production side? Well, for producers, the weaker ruble, if I have this kind of oil price decline, is actually not so bad, because it gives you a comparative advantage. I can now produce much cheaper. My labor input, for instance, wages, are much cheaper compared to another country. And if I if you want to export, you have a comparative advantage. So we saw some uptick in industrial production, but due to the increase in inflation, what we see is already that the services sectors where consumers consume is declining in growth. Okay. What happens to the income of the household is really that if I have a high inflation environment, a low growth environment, real wages and income is coming down. And this is what we specifically saw in the last 2 months. And again, Matthew already told you the numbers, the latest for January, -8% real wage growth. What does it mean for our forecast? If I look at an economy in this condition with an oil price of about $50 per barrel for this year and slightly higher next year, I see a contraction for this year, and ours is -3.8 for this year. But for me, as an economist at the World Bank, it's not just important to see what happens for the growth number as such. I really want to understand what does it mean for households, how does it impact their welfare, and how does it specifically impact the most poor households. And when you look at this, you can see that we will see in the next years an increase in the poverty rate, and that's due to the high inflation and low wage growth. And what you saw over the last decade in this picture too, this dramatic reduction in poverty in Russia is not going to happen. It's going to be returned, or poverty will remain again around 15%. So that's quite a significant development and a reversal of what happened in the last decade. Because in the last decade, Russia was one of the most successful countries in reducing poverty and in increasing the middle class. So social mobility was enormous compared to any other country, much higher. I mean, we have a middle class of more than 60% in Russia compared. If you look at Turkey or China or India, they're on the other end of the spectrum. So this is a real great achievement, actually. So the oil revenue in the past was actually partly used to great benefit for Russia. Unfortunately, that's in question. I'm done. Unfortunately, that's in question going forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hansel. We will now turn to Dr. Ari Axelrod. Dr. Axelrod is a senior fellow of the Council of Emerging Market Enterprises in the Fletcher School at Tufts University. He is also a partner at Banyan Family Business Advisors and has had a very successful career in consulting. Between 2007 and 2008, Dr. Axelrod's worked as interim CEO of a Swiss-Russian joint venture manufacturing diesel engines in Russia, and also has extensive experience in that regard. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Ari Axelrod.
Okay. It is 12:30, so I'm sure the thought that dominates everybody's minds is lunch. So I need to be entertaining and relatively quick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you a story of one enterprise. Of one enterprise. I don't know whether I can explain or predict anything, but I think this experience is very indicative of what happens in Russia when we try to develop economy or integrate Russian enterprises in the world economy. So the story goes back to 2007 and then unfolds in 2008. Just to put us in the frame of mind, 2006 and 2007 were actually pretty good years, right? These were the years of rapid growth in the economy. These were good years pretty much everywhere, both in this country, in Europe, and also in Russia. And I don't remember exactly, at the end of 2007 or very early in 2008, I received a call from my former business school classmates who was working with a company called EPIIC. EPIIC is technically an American company, but it has most of the operations in Europe. And it is one of the largest manufacturers of agricultural equipment. They own several very well-known brands, such as Massey Ferguson, for instance, Valtra, Challenger. Again, not very much known in the United States, because in the United States it's dominated by Deere. But in Europe, it is a very well-known company. They obviously looked at Russia as one of their most interesting, most attractive markets. Just to put it in perspective, in the former Soviet Union, Soviet Union manufactured more than 1 million tractors every year. And by the time when this story was unfolding, production was basically nil. There was nothing to talk about. So demand was huge. At the same time, all attempts to import tractors and diesel engines did not quite work well because there were, even at that time, there were significant tariffs. So the idea was, why don't we build a factory in Russia, right? And we would import parts. We would assemble first engines, then eventually tractors, then eventually agricultural implements, and we would conquer the market. And the idea looked pretty interesting. At that time, I was already bored by my work with Lehman Brothers. So I decided, and I fit the role, somebody who spoke Russian, obviously, as you can hear by my accent, and somebody who had Western education. So they offered me this role, and with one caveat, I agreed that it would be a temporary position. That once we started manufacturing the engines, I would turn it over to somebody else. So this is how the story started. And before I describe how what happened next, I will tell you a little bit about the partners. The first partner was Sisu Diesel. Okay, Sisu Diesel is located in a little town near Tampere in Finland. When you drive by it, you would never say that it's a manufacturing facility. It looks like a racket club from the outside, maybe country club. Immaculately clean. No smoke, no nothing. Once in a while you see big trucks going in and coming out, but that's about it. Inside, it is equally clean, very high tech, was producing excellent engines among the best in the world. And actually, this is one of the sort of corporate successors of Volvo. So, through multiple mergers and divestitures and different corporate transformations, this is basically tractor Volvo. Okay, so excellent engines, very clean, very efficient. All assembly done, the robotic lines, all internal logistics by robotic carts, and maybe 50 people working on the floor. Again, very, very, very good engines. And what happened at that time, they were transitioning from so-called Tier 3 to Tier 4 and Tier 5 engines. Tiers basically describe how clean the engines are. And European market and American market was shifting to Tier 4 and then eventually in 2014 to Tier 5. Russian market was at best at Tier 1. So each tier is about 10x reduction in different things that pollute the air. So, you know, the ability, the potential of manufacturing tier 3 engines in Russia was certainly a huge, huge step forward. And because of that, the assembly line in the Finnish plant was already being used by tier 4 engines. So there was capacity. Let's bring the components into Russia, assemble there. You know, would be a win-win situation. The Russian partner. Okay, how do I? Okay, the Russian partner was to be concerned tractor заводы, concerned tractor plants. Concerned tractor plants was created in 2000-something as a national champion. You know, there was a theory at that time, probably continues until now, that each of the individual enterprises could not compete in the world market. So let's create so-called national champions. Okay, so let's combine all tractor plants, for instance, in this case, all tractor factories, in one huge concern. And in fact, this concern owned all of them with the exception of Kirovsky Zavod in St. Petersburg and Uralmash in Urals, in Sverdlovsk. So this, all other tractor factories and heavy machinery factories were actually in this concern. So huge, huge enterprise with its fingers pretty much everywhere, from heavy machinery to agricultural tractors, this little red thing, as you can see, to railroad cars, and of course to some military equipment. And by that time, the major economic, sort of major source of revenue was selling spare parts to India. This is basically how they existed. All factories in concern, huge, enormous, you know, basically surrounded by mono-cities. 50,000 people working in a factory, 100,000 people working in a factory. So enormous size enterprises. And of course, a lot of demand for diesel engines, right? Because all this machinery requires diesels, right? They all run on diesels. And although they had some production, you know, they were certainly not up to date. So it looks like a great, great idea. And what the joint venture would do, we would offer high-quality, clean engines for Russian market, right? Tier 3 engines with quality comparable to imports, but certainly at a lower cost, right? We thought that there would be an opportunity to realize substantial savings through relatively inexpensive labor force, you know, very high qualified, you know, very skilled labor force, and yet certainly not as expensive as in Finland or in France. And also building on the infrastructure of this huge factories. You know, supposedly everything was in place, right? The deal was that for a while we would not have any import tariffs on the components, okay? And with lower labor costs and lower cost local components, hopefully, you know, that would be a very profitable enterprise, and that would be the engine, sort of the engine for growth. We'll start building engines, you know, then we will localize more, then we will start building tractors, we will localize more tractors, then harvesters, then other agricultural implements, and, you know, that would become a really, really important market for AGCO. So idea, strategically, made a lot of sense, and oh, okay, one more slide that I need to show before I tell what happened. So the mother supplier factory was near Tampere in Finland. The components would be tracked to St. Petersburg, then by rail to Moscow and Vladimir. So the assembly plant was in Vladimirsky Traktorny Zavod in Vladimir, about 200 kilometers east of Moscow. And then the engines would go to all, you know, to all enterprises in this concern, and eventually to maybe to other manufacturers as well. Vladimir, by the way, is a wonderful place. It's a beautiful, beautiful place, at least worth a day of visit, but not more than a day. So after the ceremonial handshake, you know, on the left is the head of the Swiss factory, and on the right is the Russian oligarch. We got down to work. Below is the headquarters of the company in Vladimir, and the Volga that was given to me as the CEO, as the director, with the driver. You're not a real director in Russia if you don't have a car and a driver. Nobody takes you seriously. So as you can see, that was all in place. And we were given one of the workshops, you know, as you can see on the right, with complete, I don't know if you can see it on the screen, complete with a huge mural depicting workers marching forward, you know, to the success of communism. I don't know to what they were, where they were marching to, but they were clearly very happy doing that. So that was probably the only thing that was in good repair in this facility. Everything else required work. At some point, when we have more time, I can tell you all sort of the stories and all adventures and misadventures that we had to go through in order to make this enterprise work. But to make the story short, in 7 months, we finally started assembling the engines. Okay, the first engines were built. My recollection is sometime in October-November time frame, and the first 50 engines were built by the new year. So, you know, we declared success, painted them gold, showed them in several agricultural exhibitions, and everybody was extremely happy. Okay, so I completed my mission. We had to count, or we had to rely on trade barriers, right? What happened with costs? And as always, there are 4 or 5 components of the cost structure. all of them turned out to be higher than what we expected. Raw materials and components, we were basically unable to find suppliers, local suppliers, so we ended up importing everything, right? So there was some savings, but not much. Okay, I see the sign. I will cut it relatively short. So the point is, wherever components of cost structure were looked, our costs were higher than in temporary. Question: is it a special case or a general rule? This is something that I would very much like to discuss. And of course, the implications are massive. If we cannot be competitive, or we can be competitive only when shielded from open market competition, then World Trade Organization, or all contracts, right? All treaties, they don't mean much. Or alternatively, maybe the industry can only be competitive when economic competitiveness doesn't matter. And that means that it's weapons, nuclear, and dirty industries. That's even worse. With that, let me show you the last slide and open it for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Axelrod. I would now like to introduce Dr. Maxim Bertursky. He's here. Dr. Bertursky is a professor and faculty member of the Faculty of World Economy and International Affairs at the Higher School of Economics in Moscow. He is the author and co-author of numerous books and articles in both Russian and English on Russia and the United States' roles in the international economic environment and international security as well. So please join me in welcoming Professor Maxim Bertursky.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Actually, I expected to speak in the evening, and to be honest, I was sleeping in the hotel. But somebody called me and said, no, you're just supposed to come. I was asked to speak on one point, which I would love to entertain with you. Sanctions and what is happening as a result of sanctions in Russia, and what are the consequences about that. Just to start with a couple of points. Mr. Siluanov, who is the finance minister of Russia at the moment, already twice indicated that there are two sources of economic troubles in Russia at the moment, budgetary problems. One of them is cheap oil. Everybody knows about that. And another is sanctions. According to him, maybe 25% of problems should be looked up as a result of the sanctions, and the rest is oil, cheap oil. I would probably agree with him, because he's more right than he seems, because there are several chains that I will try to explain to you. At the same time, another point which I want to make is that sanctions are hopefully changing the Russian economy to the better, and we may have a better economy than we had before. How it goes. In 2014, Russian economy as a whole, I mean government plus corporations, plus private debt, we're owning $730+ billion of debt, basically to London and to New York, two places. As you know, as a result of sanctions, these markets were restricted, and Russian corporations don't have access to this relatively cheap credit anymore, and they are looking for other opportunities. Two things are happening. First, they're seeing simply a downshifting. They're downsizing the debt. They're paying out. part of the problem with the exchange rate of the ruble is exactly because they are not selling dollar anymore, as they used to, but they are buying dollar to pay out the debt. So for the end of 2014, the debt decreased by about $100 billion. As for today, it decreased by another $50 billion. So it is about 550 now, which is much less than it used to be. And all this money, as you understand, were not offered to the exchange market, but they were bought in the exchange market, and which raised the demand for the dollar and decreased the demand for the ruble, and led to consequences which we all know. On the other hand, Russian government at the moment is rethinking the way it looks at financing the economy. Before it was a totally neoliberal, agenda, like supplying money to the economy in a certain way. Today it looks more like issue-based financing, which is, to be honest, protectionism. Yeah? So money are being sent to specific projects to the economy. We all realize that economically it's not very effective, and some of this money will be stolen. We all understand this, but it's a different policy. It's a different policy. Yeah. And taking the fact that the cost of credit in the Russian economy is enormous at the moment. It is. Commercial credit is about 25%, which is nobody can afford this. In specific areas, money is cheap. Money is cheap. It's more or less funded by the government, and economy goes. So that is one thing, and I think what we are witnessing is the change of the hands in the market. If yesterday it was London and New York who were making money on this market, because even cheap money were not for free. Today, these resources are more and more coming into the hands of the Russian state banks and Chinese, and especially Hong Kong. And what we're seeing is a lot of Russian, at least government corporations, are being recredited in China now. And what I see, I'm not a revolutionary. I don't think that tomorrow, the world will collapse and, we will have a different vision of anything. But I would say that if yesterday the big West, in general, was making its interest on the market of $700+ billion, tomorrow it will be making money on a market around 200. The rest will be done either internally or Chinese. So lost forever. Next thing, another market that was affected by the sanctions is the oil technologies market. It was not big. It was, in my assessment, maybe $15 to $20 billion a year. And the most corporations which were present there, you all know them, Halliburton, like that. Two things are happening here. First thing, import substitution is happening, and I think half of this market will be replaced by domestic production, and half will be replaced by illegal import through third countries, something like that. Through, mostly through the oil-rich countries of the Gulf, and et cetera, because they will charge maybe 15% more on this supplies, but that's how going to happen. Third market that is changing hands is food. Russia closed its domestic market for about 10 to 15 billion euros, which is roughly more than dollars, euros of food production from the United Europe. Part of it being replaced by domestic production, and we see how it's happening. Part of it being taken simply by other exporters, Latin America, Israel, others. And Europeans, when sanctions are over, and I hope it will happen sooner or later, when they come back, there simply will be no room for them. You know, there will be other guys already, sitting on the marketplace and doing the business. And there are a couple of 2 or 3 other small markets which are changing hands at the moment, mostly to the direction of Asia, mostly to Chinese, but not necessarily to Chinese. Israelis are very active. South Africa is active. Even Brazilian capital is coming. So, what is my final point? What I want to convey at the end of my story? It's a sad story. We all understand why sanctions are around and what about and how they come. And we understand that it's a political decision here and there, and nobody can do anything about this much. But as a result, these markets will be lost for the Western capital forever. Forever. Thank you. Any questions? Or?
Actually, well, thank you very much. We can actually continue with that. This is our last. Feel free to take your seat there. We have a plaque for you there. At this point, I would actually like to continue to the discussion section of the panel. This is an opportunity for all of the panelists to discuss the topics introduced with each other, to bounce ideas off of each other, and to essentially get ideas from each other. So is there anything that any of you would like to clarify from each other's introductions?
Yeah, may I start by just asking, because I was intrigued by Birgit's statement basically at the end of her presentation that from the World Bank's perspective, Russia was a success story and measured in terms of creating a middle class and reducing poverty. So I'd just like you to elaborate on that. It's like a fascinating observation.
Yes, it is absolutely a success story. And as I wish I brought the slide, but I didn't know we would go into this discussion. But what is really interesting is if you look worldwide how countries grow from low income to middle income to high income, it doesn't tell you much because it's an average income per capita. So you really have to go into micro data, into household data, to understand if this middle income country became a middle class society. And we did this exercise worldwide, and Russia is one of the few exceptions of countries that not just became a middle income country, where the average income per capita is that of a middle income country, but where the majority of households, more than 60%, is in the middle class. And that's a tremendous achievement. So whatever we as the World Bank and others criticize about the Russian growth model of the past, that it was heavily and is heavily reliant on oil and gas revenue, in the end, what the result shows, it was a successful model for the country, for the time. The question now is, of course, is it a sustainable model? And is it a model that will work in the next decade? And that is then determined a lot by the oil price. And that's probably not what a country wants to do, put yourself and the development of the welfare of your people at the peril of one number, which is not in your control. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Oh, good. Well, I had one for Matthew, actually. When you said that there were these issues for entry barriers for SMEs, I was wondering what exactly are you referring to? Because when we looked into it, actually into firm level data, we don't see a difference in terms of how firms emerge in Russia. We see the same amount of entry of new, innovative, more productive firms. Where we see a difference is in their survival. And that is threatening diversification. Because when you see over time, younger and innovative firms exit earlier the market. They don't survive. And I was just wondering if we talk about different things or if you have other information. Thank you.
Sure. May I?
Please, please.
Maxim Ratest. A year, maybe a couple of years ago, there was a quote which was spread in the Russian media, which was very offensive to many Russians. Senator McCain, I think, said that Russia is basically a big gas pump. Yeah. Well, to a degree, he's right. To a degree, he's right. Do you agree or disagree with this?
Well, answer the questions in order, I suppose.
So, on the small business question, I think you have. I think the around the issue of market entry versus survival. Yep. The way I would describe the dilemma is that there is a high degree of failure, I guess is the best way to put it, around small business, even when they are able to penetrate the market. And most importantly, there's a high degree of failure because of two things. One is, in fact, I call this the risk of success. They are often, when they have a good idea and they provide value and they generate a new product, they do oftentimes become subjected to predatory conduct. And whether it's indirect or direct, whether it's through faulty tax administration or over-regulation of their market, or whether it's just simply by being harassed through corporate rating. There's a high vulnerability, particularly when you are successful. So that's what that's why I think I described it as market entry. But I think technically, there are a lot of great entrepreneurs in the country. There are also many foreign entrepreneurs who've tried to enter the country in different successive waves since 1988. And some of them have succeeded terribly well, but the overall success rate has been very low. So your question again, sir, was, I didn't get the actual terminology.
Is there anything else other than a gas pump?
Of course there is. And, of course, Russia, the Russian economy is, as I indicated earlier, has seen tremendous success in a number of areas, and there have been numerous efforts over the past 2 to 3 decades to diversify, to create the environment for better joint venturing, better protection of property, and the middle class story is a phenomenally good success story. And so no, and as I also indicated, the United States has a strong interest in the continued success of the Russian economy. It wants to see a strong, diverse, sustainable formula for success. And I think let me turn the floor over to Ari, because I think he anecdotally actually explained the dilemma that we all face as well as anybody possibly could. And I do want to ask you if you know the answer to the question that you posed at the end, because it sounds like you do. But if I could put a little bit of a twist on it, I think the idea of import substitution as a way of generating success, even if it did work in this particular case, and even if it does work on economic grounds in certain industries, always has to be case by case. It can't be a generalized solution. It always has to look at things like how much capital is required and what the actual demand is for the equipment. If the demand for the equipment in this particular area domestically was very high, then maybe you could make the economic case. But Ari, back over to you, because I think you've put it as well as anybody.
I will give you a chance to speak, and then we will turn it over to discussions from to questions from the audience.
I wish I had a general answer. But I think I sort of understand the reasons why the costs were so high, and it goes very much in line with what you, Dr. Murray, just said. There is so much overhead in terms of control, safety, security, the need to have more people, need to meet regulations that appear to be absolutely unnecessary simply with the purpose of, keeping more and more people on payroll. So there is this huge tax to success that many enterprises have to bear. And generally speaking, if everybody is successful or if a very large number of enterprises are successful, then this burden would be spread over multiple enterprises, multiple dollars or rubles or whatever, euros earned, right? But in the transition, these enterprises are they're not too many of those. So what you have to do is, all burden goes to these who are successful.
So actually, in the interest of time, we would now like to turn it over to questions from the audience. I'd like to address.
If I may I raise? May I raise an issue? It's an endless debate, and we all know the story about sort of protectionist policy versus other kind of policies. Yeah? We all know the arguments behind this and behind that. We all realize that there is no one perfect policy. You know? So it's always a combination of both. In your view, at the moment, Russia should be more protectionist or more open?
What's the objective function? What is it trying to accomplish?
Yes. You're putting the right question. What is Russia trying to accomplish?
Exactly.
No, given the political line, which is sort of on the table at the moment, sort of more independent foreign policy.
Well, Russia is blessed by enormous natural resources. It is probably the only country in the world that can exist in isolation, right? So
plus United States, another one.
Yeah. United States maybe yes, maybe not, but Russia definitely can, and Russia has proven that it can, right? In many historical periods, and still, when it does it, right? Yeah, if it wants to be completely independent, it goes to
of course reduces immediately. Of course. But where is the right selection between political sort of sovereignty and economic effectiveness? What is the right balance?
I don't know where the right balance is. Right? I'm not a theoretician. I don't know. This is more of a political question. But clearly, if the country wants to be entirely independent politically, it probably will try to be entirely independent economically. Right?
Yep.
Because these two items go hand in hand.
That is something I was implying, with my question.
So, many countries, or most countries in the world, have chosen to specialize on something. Take Canada, for instance, right? Right? Take Canada, which has similar climate, much smaller in population, but also very richly endowed, but decided to be a part of sort of all trade relationships and to be part of open economy with the, some may say cost, some may say benefit of, being a part of community.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we will now take questions from the audience. Once again, in the interest of time, I'd like to ask everyone, direct your questions specifically at one member of the panel. So, let's start off.
My name is Anders Ankerskalf. I'm with the World Bank's Executive Vice Presidency. I have a question about the real size of the Russian foreign currency reserves. A timid observer with the Peterson Institute called Anders Oslund posed in an article on Wednesday the question, what is it? And he said, well, if you take out two sovereign wealth funds, the Reserve Fund and the National Welfare Fund, you end up with $153 billion rather than the official estimate of $368 billion. So the question is, what is the real effective foreign currency reserves of Russia? Adding to that observation from a friend of mine who worked in Russia for the IMF a few years ago, saying, you know, we don't really know what reserves they have. We were never invited down there to see what kind of gold they had. So what is it a real number, or is there another number than the official one? Thanks.
Were you directing questions to?
Mr. Murray or Dr. Hansel?
I make an interjection here. I just asked all of our panelists whether they would participate in a 2-hour breakout session on economics, and they've all agreed. I would like, because of the mandate of time here, to do the following: to ask you to ask your questions in consecutive order, and then to try to accommodate them in that session, because we are behind. We have a lunch, and we have these kinds of absolute competitions. So would it make sense if you asked your questions, and then if you could record them, and then we'll try to encompass them in the breakout session? Does that make sense, folks? Yes? Okay. So, Anders, where are you? Is that all right?
That's perfect.
Okay, that's perfect. That sounds like good work. Sam.
Thank you. Sam Green from King's College London. My question is for Dr. Hansel, and it may take some time to figure out the answer, but I wonder whether you might be able to reflect on the future painted by Dr. Bratersky, and in particular, what you would see as the costs to the Russian economy, as opposed to the budget, of that scale of redirection of investment flows into the economy, given the very different structure and cost of capital in Asia versus Europe and the US.
May I ask my question? Sorry, I wasn't invited to ask my question. My name is Anna Weinstein. I'm an art historian and cultural entrepreneur. I have a nonprofit organization that does projects linking the U.S. with the post-Soviet region in creative matters. But I travel regularly to Russia, and I have a lot of friends in the creative industries, and I have a lot of friends in the growing middle class, maybe a little skewed to the upper end of it because of the people who can afford to have art and so on and so forth. But, you know, I have a range of acquaintances. One of the things that I've seen is amongst the younger generation, a growing level of indebtedness in order to finance a lifestyle and an aspirational process through which they borrowed against income and so on and so forth, and they leaped for things is mostly dollar denominated or euro denominated, currency denominated. And so you talked about the projections for poverty increase, but how quickly can that great success story of the middle class, which I was interested to hear about because I hadn't heard the specific data before, but how do you see that success story unraveling? How quickly can that shift, and how much of a depressive effect that will have, especially on the youngest, most creative people who have the longest trajectory of productive life ahead of them in terms of limiting their future ability to contribute to the country through going through the hardships that they're going to go through? Thank you.
Make your questions terse.
I want to thank our panelists once again. My name is Ruben Blum. I'm an alum from Columbia University. I worked at the Harriman Institute for Russian Studies there, participated in IGL in the past. I wanted to direct my question to Dr. Hansel and just ask if she could elaborate on specifically why Russia was able to become a success story towards the middle class, where in that way it's somewhat of an anomaly. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stacey Bevan. I'm a senior at Tufts and an EPIIC alum from 2 years ago. My question sort of backtails on the last two. Dr. Hansel, you mentioned the emergence of a large middle class and a reduction of the poverty rate in the last century. You also predicted the increase in the population under the poverty line in the upcoming years. I'm wondering if you can comment on the social infrastructure present in country or internationally, and governmental programs and objectives for poverty reduction, be it economic, healthcare, food security, and how to counteract your predicted trend in the future. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. My name is Yelena Yamburenko. I'm representative of MGIMO University here, Moscow. I would like probably to direct my question to Dr. Hansel, but I welcome all participants to answer it. I would like to ask whether the gradual improvement of Russia's place in global doing business ranking during the last 3 years can be regarded as trend and as a positive signal of, well, improvement of the situation in Russia, and the fact that the Russian government seeks to improve the situation and economic liberties. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Oksana Boyko. I was one of the earlier panelists. I also host a debate show on RT, Russia Today. I have a question, and if I may, a very short comment for Dr. Murray. It was very interesting to me to hear what you said about the sort of charitable, civilizing effect of the American businesses on the Russian economy. You mentioned that sometimes they serve as the only conduits of the best business practices, business ethics, and you know, as somebody who converses with American executives in Moscow on a regular basis, I think they don't really see that as an act of charity. I think returns on investments into Russia are pretty high, and this is a win-win as far as they are concerned. And besides, you know, our trade with the Germans and the Dutch and the French is much higher than with the Americans. So I think they also deserve part of the credit of, you know, having that civilizing effect on the backward Russian economy. Now, here's my question. I took it from what you said that you believe in free market, in the limited state role in economy, and I wonder how does it square with the use of economic tools, in this case sanctions, specifically to induce a certain political or geopolitical behavior. This is what the Obama administration wants from the Kremlin. And the reason I'm asking is because Russia is obviously often accused of using gas muscle to intimidate its neighbors, to extract certain political behavior from them. Obviously, in the case of Russia, that's deplorable, but I would like to hear what you have to say about specifically the use of economic tools in geopolitics, especially now, because obviously it's not just between Russia and the United States. I think the whole global economy, to some extent, is held hostage of this policy. Thank you.
Just real quick. Hi, my name's Will. I'm a senior here at Tufts. Question for Dr. Hansel. What's your opinion on the future of the oligarchs, the top 0.1% of Russians that wield a lot of clout, both politically and economically? Do you think that clout and that influence will continue to hold in the coming years? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ana Sofia. I come from the Federal University of Rio, and my question is to Dr. Hansel too. We've seen in developmental economics, especially in the BRICS, in which Brazil is located, that we are increasing its middle income within this middle class, and Brazil particularly has tried a democratization of demand instead of democratization of supply. And I've seen you mentioning that the current policy used by Russia will not be sustainable in the next decade, maybe. And so, what would be the WTO advice on Russia to increase the democratization of supply on what regards to small and middle enterprises? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Evgeny. I'm from Moscow, Russian Academy of National Economics and Public Administration. My question is to any speaker who's eager to answer it. So recently we have seen Mr. Sorry, I forgot the name. The president of Belarus saying that Belarus should not, should not stick to Russia and has to pay more attention to the Western market. So is it possible for Russia to lose this partner and lose its market? Thank you.
This will be our final question.
Dr. Bratursky, my name is Leonard. My name is Leonard Donovan from the United States Naval Academy. In your concluding remarks, you stated that these markets will be lost to the Western capital forever. My question, it poses that, what does that mean for the international exchange, which, international exchange has a lot more to do than the size of an economy and its growth. They, what does it mean for Russia to be an isolationist country now in international markets? We're losing interdependence within the international community. What does that mean? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. When I would this concludes the panel. I would like to thank Mr. Murray, Ms. Hansel, Dr. Axelrod, and Dr. Bertursky all for their very good commentary on the matter. At this point, we are going to serve lunch to all of our speakers, allies, students, board members, and ex-board members from 1:30 to 2:20 at 51 Winthrop Street. And we will reconvene here at 2:30 for our next panel, Strategic Security. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Just like that. We need someone for the...
Good afternoon, folks. We're on a forced march. You'll excuse the military expression, but we're now about to have our panel on strategics. Please take your seats. We're going to make up time. And I hand this over to Josh.
Thank you, Sherman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of this year's EPIIC Colloquium, I'd like to thank you for joining us today. My name is Josh Golding. I'm a sophomore at Tufts University, and I'm majoring in international relations with a concentration in international security. I'm a member of the 2015 EPIIC Colloquium, as well as the men's crew team. This is security strategy, military reform, and nuclear capability. For me, my experience with EPIIC has come full circle. Over 1 year ago, I myself was in the audience. This, of course, was in the midst of the Russian invasion of Crimea. And now here we are addressing a variety of issues pertinent to Russia and Eurasia. Before we look forward, we must turn back. At the end of World War II, the two great powers stood against each other, and through most of the 20th century, amassed the greatest accumulation of arms, conventional and nuclear, the world has ever seen. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Russian military was a shadow of its Soviet predecessor. The same force that had terrified the West for decades struggled even to feed and to pay its own troops. Yet the most troubling fact for both parties was that much of Russia's nuclear arsenal was insecure. However, unprecedented cooperation in nuclear security between the two countries emerged out of the Nunn-Lugar Act, the Nunn-Lugar Act's Cooperative Threat Reduction Program. This spirit of cooperation continued even into the first term of President Vladimir Putin. Yet political mistakes by both sides squandered many of these gains. After several challenging conflicts and iterations of reform, the Russian military has increased in strength and has navigated a spectrum of conflicts, though to what degree can certainly be debated and discussed. Some have characterized current relations between the US and Russia as a new Cold War. This has been debated as well, but the West still faces guarantors of mutually assured destruction that make L. Frank Baum envious. Berets, Bulovas, and bears, oh my. Though missile silos may not be in Kansas anymore, an Ohio-class submarine can carry 288 475 kiloton nuclear warheads. The United States Navy possesses 18 submarines of the class. Cooperation between the US and Russia has deteriorated, even in areas as sensible as nuclear security. As tensions have escalated, the harsh logic of Murphy's Law makes a nuclear tragedy all the more likely. On that cheerful note, please help me welcome valued EPIIC Colloquium advisor, Achanas Gorozhdev, who's speaking in place of Min Kyung Kim, who's fallen ill, and we wish her the best. We'll present the Dr. Jean Mayer Award to Major General Pavel Zolotarov.
Thanks, Josh. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to introduce General Zolotarov. General Zolotarov was graduated from the Engineering Command High School, Kharkov, in '71, and the Military Forces Headquarters Academy in 1992. From 1979 to 1985, he served at the Strategic Missile Forces Headquarters. Later, he became head of the Information Analysis Department at the Ministry of Defense and the department head of the Defense Council of the Russian Federation. Since 1998, he is president of the Foundation for Military Reform. Major General Zolotarev retired in 1998 as Deputy Chief of Staff of the Russian Defense Council after a long, distinguished military career, most of which he spent in the Strategic Rocket Forces. His positions included a top official at the Center for Tactical and Strategic Studies of the General Staff of the Soviet Army and a professor at the Strategic Rocket Forces High Command Institute. Having graduated from the General Staff Academy, he became the head of the Information Analysis Center of the Russian Defense Ministry. Since 2002, he is also Deputy Director of the Institute for US and Canada Studies of the Russian Science Academy. On behalf of the EPIIC Colloquium, it's a pleasure to present this award to General Zolotarev in recognition of your remarkable professional career, bridging both military and policy realms, and in admiration of your enlightened vision of global arms control.
Thank you, Atanas. Our first speaker is Brigadier General Kevin Ryan. General Ryan began his career in the United States Army after graduating from the United States Military Academy at West Point. His career took him from Europe, Korea, and Iraq, as well as positions in the area of air and missile defense, intelligence, and political military policy. He has served as the head of the Moscow office of the POW MIA Commission, the senior regional director for Slavic states in the Office of the Secretary of Defense, the Defense Attaché to Russia, and as Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army Space and Missile Defense Command. He is the founding director of the Belfer Center's U.S.-Russia Initiative to Prevent Nuclear Terrorism and is the organizer of the ELBA Group. General Ryan is currently the civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army in the state of Massachusetts and director of the Defense and Intelligence Projects at the Belfer Center. General Ryan.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Great. I want to take just a second up front out of my time to say thank you to Tufts University, to Sherm Teichman, and all the people working here on the EPIIC program for organizing this today. On behalf of, I think, the whole panel here, we would like to say thank you and for inviting us and for doing this. A lot of hard work, and let's please give them all a round of applause, all the people that are working on this. This is a picture of Lieutenant William Bill Robertson and Lieutenant Alexander Silvashko at the meeting of the ELBA, right? The joining of the Soviet and American forces at the end of World War II in April, 70 years ago, this coming April, 70 years ago, this is the big anniversary. And this is the iconic picture of that reunion, that meeting, the kind of the how you link up, right? This is about, and this is really what EPIIC is about, I think. It's about linkages and bringing people together. And this is if you ask people in Moscow or in Washington, you know, what's this a picture of? Most who do international work will tell you, well, okay, this was the meeting on the ELBA. That's not my favorite picture of the meeting on the ELBA. That's a nice picture, but that was taken the day after the meeting on the ELBA. If you go to the next picture. So this is the meeting on the ELBA. Okay, and if you look at that bridge, that's the bridge at Torgau. It's been already destroyed by the Germans as they flee. And it's a twisted mass of dangerous steel and iron laying in the riverbed of the Elbe River that's swollen, right, with the spring floods, and it's raging down through the German countryside. And if you look closely up there, you can see there are 3 idiots on that bridge who are trying to get together. Bill Robertson, Frank Hoff, PFC Frank Hoff, who I guess was probably told by Bill, come on, you're coming. And actually, it wasn't Savashko who climbed out first. It was their Sergeant Andreev from the 58th Guard Division. They're climbing across that bridge to link up. That was not an easy thing to decide to do. That was a dangerous thing to do. I mean, just falling in the water would have killed him probably. You don't see it from this picture here, but in the hours before this, before they got brave enough to actually go out on the bridge, the Russian side wasn't sure who they were talking to, so they were shooting at Bill Robertson. But they got past that, and then they decided to do the easy thing of climbing out on this bridge. This is my favorite picture of linking up, because it shows you graphically how people have to overcome risk. They have to be willing to face dangerous situations to themselves, maybe professionally. Today, if I went to Moscow, nobody's going to shoot me probably. But my professional reputation might be harmed, right? People call me a co-traveler or a Russophile or somebody who likes Russia, you know? So there are real dangers in doing what Sherm Teichmann and the group here are setting up to do today. And good for you that you're still doing it. Good for all of you for thinking about how to do this, even though it can be dangerous. And in that light, and I'll tell you about the ELBA group. I promise I'm going to stay in my 10 minutes, Sherm. But I want to give this to Sherm. Sherm, if you would come down. This is a small picture, which is basically that picture there. And it says on here that Lieutenant Robertson and Huff and Savashko and Andreev climbed this bridge to make contact, and may there always be such courage. And this is from the ELBA group, the Russian and American side. Thank you very much.
Can I say a word? And don't take it out of anybody's time. There was some laughter yesterday when there was an award given to a Russian military person, commending him on his service to his country. Because why were we doing that? After all, we were in a period of madness. I grew up in the Cold War and the period of madness. What we were acknowledging, there was some laughter, some misunderstanding, some derision when one of the awards was given out yesterday to a person from the Soviet military, who then was in the Russian military and then involved in diplomacy. And there's a reason for this. I mean, we weren't doing this fecklessly or in a sycophantic manner. What we were acknowledging were the barriers that were being broken by people being here and acknowledging people's careers subsequently, to be involved in Global Zero, the attempt to abolish weapons of mass destruction, to be bold enough to leave that kind of framework, that kind of socialization, that kind of indoctrination, and to seek the other side, to create the diplomacy, to reach out in this manner. What we're doing here is hardly dangerous compared to what's being done by so many other people on so many other fronts. People who pay with their lives, continue to pay with their lives. What we're trying to do is to give you a sense in a safe environment of what it takes potentially to reach out and to do what Ambassador Matlock told me this morning. I'm sorry he's not here right now, but he wanted to have me quote to you a poem from Robert Frost, that we should have the courage to see ourselves as others see us, and to be able to have that sensibility of reconciliation and openness. So that's the milieu here, that's the emphasis, and I think that's why you're acknowledging this, why we're acknowledging you.
Thanks. So let me tell you what the ELBA group is about. About 5 years ago, we created a small group of U.S. and Russian retired generals who are from the military and intelligence fields because we wanted to talk about the issue of preventing nuclear terrorism. It's just one of the many issues that the U.S. and Russia cooperate on, they should cooperate on and work together on. But this was a big issue at the Belfer Center because we do a lot of nuclear work there. So we created this group, but we chose people who are only people who are retired, who could speak their minds freely, who didn't necessarily require permission to come and meet with their counterparts. And we always meet in third countries because some of us can't get visas to each other's countries, you know, because even the United States is a little anal about that sometimes. But this only proves that the people that are coming to this meeting are important back home, that they're patriots to their own country and are important back home. And this group meets and talks about sensitive U.S. and Russian issues. So, for example, last March was our last meeting. We're going to have another meeting in about 3 weeks. Last March we met in Morocco, and at the time everything was going on in Crimea. We hadn't yet expanded into eastern Ukraine, but everything going on in Crimea. And amongst officers who were from the FSB, the CIA, the GRU, the DIA, the ground forces, the strategic command, and so on, amongst these kinds of officers, nobody could agree on anything that they were hearing or talking about with regard to Ukraine. Everything that was going on in Ukraine was the United States' fault, according to the Russian side. Everything that Putin had done from Georgia forward had been a result of American missteps and American and Western pretensions toward gaining foothold, advantage, strategic leverage in Eastern Europe. Of course, the United States guys, not to be outdone, they stood up for their side too, and they threw plenty of stones at the Russian side. But throwing stones back and forth is not such a terrible thing. I mean, there'll probably be a couple stones roll across the table today, maybe even. But the point is that we could not agree on the facts on the ground, and this is a bad situation when you cannot even agree what you're watching on TV at the same moment. And this is where we stand today in Ukraine and Eastern Europe. It's extremely difficult to find facts that we agree on. What's happening right now in Ukraine? What's happening in Crimea? What is NATO doing? What is the United States actually doing when it sends Toria Nuland to the Maidan demonstrations, and she's taped on the phone saying, hey, we've got to do this and that, and we have to make this happen in the government. I mean, these are tough questions and tough positions to dislodge from both sides. So that's kind of where we stand right now. The ALBA group will meet again in a couple of weeks, as I said, and we'll continue to hammer away at this and try to understand what's really happening. In that light, we've invited the land component commander, the ground commander for NATO forces, Lieutenant General John Nicholson. He will come and present to the ALBA group and talk about what's NATO doing there. Well, the Russian side will talk about what the Russian side is doing. So trying to find a set of facts that we can all agree on is kind of what the ALBA group is about today. I'm going to try to wrap up here by throwing out a couple comments about what I think Russia is doing in eastern Ukraine and Crimea. We've all been watching the news, so we know in general what's transpired. In Crimea, we had a year ago, basically, Yanukovych fled. In my opinion, Putin and his inner circle calculated that they could not allow, as Putin said, he did not want to meet NATO sailors at the port in Sevastopol in Crimea, so they took action. What kind of action did they take? It was very, it was a new kind of action, new for us to watch anyway. It was a quiet kind of action. You know, we called them the little green men that came out and surrounded. You know what the Russians call them? Some Russians in here? The polite men. The little polite men. And it's actually a much better name. Because, you know, they really didn't shoot too many people. They didn't shoot civilians, and they were quiet, yes, but the most important thing was that they along with an information attack and along with protests and rising up and organizing amongst the Crimean Russians themselves, they managed to overthrow the existing regime there, and within a couple of weeks and months, they were part of Russia, annexed, fully annexed. We saw a kind of a repeat of that in eastern Ukraine, although it didn't go as smoothly, and it was certainly more violent, and it is still today more violent. But it's using all of those tools, diplomacy, information warfare. It uses actual troops. It uses Russian troops covertly, if we're to believe the reports of the Supreme Allied Commander General Breedlove at NATO and Anders Fogh Rasmussen and all the others who are on our I'm going to say on our side, but are guys out there who have the clearances and they claim they're speaking the truth. So all of these things together have presented a new way of kind of subverting the order there and gaining a foothold. Now, is this entirely new? No. In fact, there's a very interesting talk that General Gerasimov, who's the chief of the General Staff, gave in January of 2013, a full year before everything that happened in Crimea. And I just want to quote a couple of things from that talk, and then I'll close with that. He said, "The 21st century is characterized by a trend which erases differences between the state of war and the state of peace. Wars are not declared, and having begun, wars do not follow usual patterns. Armed conflicts, including those associated with the so-called color revolutions in North Africa and the Middle East, demonstrate how, in a matter of months or even days, a prosperous state may be turned into an arena of a fierce armed struggle, fall victim to foreign intervention, and plunge into chaos, humanitarian catastrophe, and civil war." This is Gerasimov a year before Crimea in eastern Ukraine. He goes on to talk about some other things. I'm bumping up against 10 minutes here. Let me just end by saying that you'll also hear some comments today about reform and doctrine. I'm not going to talk about those because I know there's some excellent experts here to talk about it, and nuclear. And all of these are aspects of the Russian security system which are important to us here in the United States and as members of NATO. So I'll stop there, and I'll turn it over to Josh. Right? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks, General Ryan. And I'd just like to say, because I think I neglected to mention this, the format of the panel will be everyone will make opening remarks, and then we'll transition into a conversation or discussion between all the panelists, and then we will go to a Q&A session with the audience. So on to our next speaker. Having spent much of his career facilitating professional military education programs and military engagement programs through the National Defense University, Mr. Michael Kaufman has also represented the U.S. Department of Defense in diplomatic efforts with Russia and Pakistan. He has also served as an advisor to DoD on Eurasian affairs. His career has taken him to the U.S. Institute of Peace, HSBC Bank, and the Diplomatic Courier. Mr. Kaufman is currently a public policy scholar at the Kennan Institute. Mr. Kaufman.
Yeah, thanks. Mic on? All right. I was asked on this panel to speak about Russian military reform, the current state of Russia's armed forces. It's a pretty vast topic, so I'm going to do my best in the course of 10 minutes or however many I have. So I apologize if I speak fast, and it might be a little bit like drinking from a fire hose. First, let me take you back in time. So up until 2008, the Russian army was essentially a leftover fragment of the previous Soviet force. And up until 2008, the Russian armed forces was essentially an Soviet army structured for mass mobilization. It primarily consisted of empty skeleton cadre units of officers, so the 5 of us here would constitute an entire regiment. And in case of mobilization, then all the conscripts would show up and fill it and grab equipment and be ready to go. This army really proved ineffective. Russia was unable to sustain it. In response to conflicts such as Chechnya, they tried to create a separate force, which would be they'd have a large skeleton force designed for mass mobilization and a small mobile force that they could use in conflicts. None of that worked. They ended up having 2 forces they couldn't support financially. They did not sufficiently invest either politically or economically in either of these processes. And they couldn't put together any kind of effective mobile force without the use of conscripts and parts of the very large established Soviet mass mobilization force. And that mass mobilization force was fundamentally created to fight NATO in the event of a conflict where they would mobilize. So the fitful previous efforts to reform that essentially went nowhere. This situation drastically changed around December of 2007 after Anatoly Serdyukov was appointed as Minister of Defense for Russia. They started drawing up plans for reform in December 2007. Probably a lot of those plans would not have been implemented if it was not for the catalyzing event of the Russia-Georgia War in August of 2008. That really sealed the deal on the impetus for reform of Russia's military. That war was fought very poorly by Russia. It was criticized very openly by Russian military and Russian analysts, and it was clear to Vladimir Putin as a result of that war that really colossal reforms, fundamental reforms, need to be conducted to the army. The army was not a useful instrument of military power. It was simply not capable of achieving what Russia needed to achieve. So let me run you through reforms. The reforms that were announced in 2008 and that were implemented largely between the end of 2008 and 2012 were quite radical and quite sweeping. They took the Russian military probably by surprise, even more so than foreign observers. Suffice it to say the Russian military did not like these reforms. They did not like any reforms before them, but they didn't like these especially because they were implemented. As we all know, military is an institution that resists change, and the Russian General Staff had been very effective in previous years with people like Sergei Ivanov at resisting change. They were very good at stifling. This is one of the many reasons they ended up hating Anatoly Serdyukov, who's probably the best Minister of Defense Russia had since the collapse of the Soviet Union. I don't think probably, I think absolutely so far. What do these reforms do? So first, quickly running through it. He essentially drastically reduced the numerical sort of strength of the force to under 1 million. He drastically cut the officer corps from 335,000 to about 220,000. Originally, they wanted to do more. At the time, basically, the Russian army was very top-heavy in officers, right? Because we'd all be officers, and then mobilization, all these conscripts would show up and we'd command them. And the Soviet army was always officer top-heavy anyway. It didn't have a non-commissioned officer corps. So drastically reformed military education, cut the training from 65 schools down to 10 training centers. Some of these reforms later would be rolled back, but completely reorganized the command general staff, cutting the role of branch commands and basically the service branch commands in the operational forces. Then the cardinal reforms. Basically, they killed the mass mobilization army and they killed the skeleton strength units completely. Okay? So the Russian armed forces began to have real units at strength. No more a cadre of officers sitting on a base who have a division depending on conscripts to be mobilized, okay? It started going to a real standing army, right? Officers commanding troops that are there. Next, they reorganized the various military districts that Russia had into essentially 4 joint operation commands distributed across Russia. These will be important as I talk later on. That's Western Military District, Southern Military, Central, and Far Eastern. Western Military District kind of obviously borders Europe, ends at about Ukraine. Southern Military District starts across from Crimea and is focused entirely on the Caucasus. Central is self-explanatory, and then the Far East. And these would integrate the Air Force and all the other sort of services, unlike before. And then it starts similar, we started looking a lot more similar to American COCOMs, right? And then finally, basically completely restructured the entire force structure in the Russian army. Got rid of the divisions, got rid of the regiments, switched to units based on brigades and tactical battalion groups with essentially 4 types of brigades that they had, and really switched to the American armies based as a brigade-based structure. Anyway, so outside of that, they consolidated everything. The army they inherited was just a complete menagerie of units and bases everywhere. I mean, just stockpiles of munitions, air bases, units, various garrisons, cantonments. And they drastically cut all of this. They cut it, they consolidated, they got rid of all the fluff, most of the army, a lot of the things, they only existed on paper. It wasn't even there, right? And a lot of things that were there had long ago been sold off, robbed, stolen. I mean, you know, the reality didn't match what existed on paper. And they drastically increased the numerical strength of the actual formations because they reformed the logistics of the army. They started to not only consolidate it, but they civilianized it, they commercialized it, they took the soldiers from a lot of the base roles they used to do, out of logistics and construction, and really started reorienting the Russian army towards more what soldiers need to be doing. Okay, so basically, the point of transition, these reforms kind of ended around 2012, and it threw everything into turmoil, complete chaos. The general staff hated every part of it. But it totally changed it from the force it was. So it walked away completely from being a mass mobilization army designed to fight NATO, but not being able to deal with any of Russia's problems, any security problems or any conflicts on its periphery, to really an army much more capable of acting, well, it was designed to become much more capable of acting and responding to conflicts in Russia's periphery, the kind of conflicts and wars that Russia was likely going to have to fight. And also a force that could really hold something of its own in a conventional escalation cycle in case of a war. Because before that, Russia's only strategy was our force exists on paper. If a conflict breaks out, it was clearly not dependable for anything, so we're going to go to nuclear retaliation immediately. That was essentially Russia's strategy, is the threat of nuclear response, because very likely the Russian army could not be dependent in any large-scale war to hold out for very long. And that conflict would rapidly escalate to nuclear phase. Alongside of this, also was announced this gigantic modernization rearmament program at about $650 billion price tag spread over many years. This is a program that's constantly evolving. Basically, every time you look at it, it's kind of a snapshot. But it goes along in 5-year plans. They're announced in 10-year plans, but they go along in a 5-year plan. Today, we're at the end of the last 5-year plan. The next program will be announced for 2016 through 2025, and the first 5 years of that will be hard. So we don't know what 2016, what the armor program will look like, but we're at the end of the phase of the last one. And this is basically a massive investment of financial resources into many areas in Russia, particularly first focusing on strategic forces, Air Force, Navy, and a little bit Army, but not so much. But it's really designed to massively upgrade the modernization level equipment they have. So Shoigu was the current Minister of Defense. He replaced Anatoly Serdyukov. I won't go into the politics of how that happened. That's a fascinating story, and I'm sure many people here from Russia know it. Shoigu rolled back some of these reforms, particularly in military education, and he walked back a few very symbolic popular things. The most sort of popularly on things that Serdyukov did that a lot of people didn't like. And he restored 2 sort of symbolic divisions in Russia, restored some institutional names, restored some command authority to branch services. But overall, the path remains the same. They're on the same trajectory. And the trajectory also includes really every year increasing the number of contract soldiers versus conscripts that serve in the force. Probably the biggest addition in change under Shoigu is the introduction of these large-scale SNAP exercises across military districts involving large amounts of Russian troops. And these are really, these really are changing the nature of the force. They're not only making it far more combat ready and responsive, but they're showing the Russians what works and what doesn't work. Every time they call one of these, they see who can mobilize, who can answer, how many tactical battalion groups can actually go into action, what the logistics look like, what goes right, what goes wrong, how much equipment can actually stay in the field, how much equipment starts, what doesn't. A lot of the numbers that are put out on these aren't accurate, so you can always, it's debatable how many troops are involved in any of these exercises, but they're steadily evolving and improving Russia's ability. And particularly they're improving Russia's ability to move forces around Russia. One of the biggest challenges in Russia is getting to the conflict on Russia's periphery. Why? Because Russia's a huge country. So some things didn't work out. Russia wanted a non-commissioned officer corps. This was a plan. It didn't turn out. They returned to warrant officers. The military education plans were rolled back. The conscripts plan versus contractors continues to go forward based on available manpower and financial resources, right? This year, actually, the plan is to add 50,000 more contract troops versus conscripts per year. This year, they're claiming что перевыполнен план, like they got more contractors than they expected. I'm not sure how true that is, but colleagues in Moscow do tell me that's true, largely because the pay for the service has become a lot more attractive, especially in light of economic conditions. They drastically increased the salaries of Russian soldiers and the housing that's allotted. So now this actually looks as an attractive prospect to young men. The force today. But Josh, I may need 1 or 2 extra minutes, okay? FYI. I like setting expectations. So let me get to the force today. I'm obviously leaving a lot out, and I'm painting this with a very broad brush here. The force today is structured around these 4 military district, 4 joint commands. There's a 5th one that was added on December 1st, which is the Arctic Command. And the Arctic Command will subsume the North Sea Fleet. Ground forces consist maybe of some 80 brigades, about half of which are maneuver brigades. Brigade is the central unit of organization in the Russian army today. So the goal for them is to hit about 425,000 contract soldiers by 2017. That's part of the plan that I explained, getting about 50,000 more per year. I don't know how well that will work out, but right now they're claiming that it's going pretty well. Funding, et cetera, et cetera. So today, this year, Russia has the largest defense budget it's ever had since the Soviet Union. Okay, it's at 4.2% of GDP. That's up from 3.9% before and 3.7% before. I don't know if they will ever have a budget this big again for many years as a result of the economic crisis, but a very strong argument is being made in Russian circles that the one thing they can't really cut is defense spending. In large part because while most industrial production in Russia stagnated, military procurement and government defense spending is driving a lot of industrial output today in Russia. So there are clear economic and social reasons to continue it. And this mass amount of investment, I think, will likely continue in Russia, although undoubtedly there will be cuts to the budget next year, and there will be cuts this year, but cuts this year will likely be these sort of typical 10% cuts to some salaries, to some staff, the procurement program will start taking hits next year. And the way they'll take hits, so they'll say, okay, we want to have 70% equipment modernization by 2020, and they'll go around and they'll probably look at a bunch of equipment and say, okay, according to me, this is 70% modernized now, so the plan's fulfilled. You know, we don't need to spend this money. Because what modernized is flexible. So the size of Russia's force today, always a subject of debate. You'd think it wouldn't be, but it is. Under Serdyakov of 2011, the real actual figures in 2011 came out. The size of Russia's army at the time was probably around 670 to 700,000. Not the armed force total, not the army. The entire military. Today, that number is probably north of 800,000. It is debatable, I think, but we could say it's probably between 790 and 830, okay? Of these, the majority are still conscripts, but a very significant percentage are contract soldiers. We're looking at about 230,000 officers as part of this force. So Russia's plan to have a million army won't be realized, but they've already admitted that they're not going to have a million army anyway. Even the current government plans only would account for a maximum of 900,015 soldiers. And due to demographic pressures, is simply a fundamental issue that in Russia you have a maximum of about 760,000 men who turn 18 every year. So due to the conscript service being only 1 year long, and many contractors between 30 and 50% do not renew their service after 3 years, you're limited with both cycles and how many men turn 18 every year. So likely this force will be at maximum at this current number, and I think more likely it'll continue to be a more professional, more contract force, but it'll go down in overall size. Unit strength, and let me get to kind of the best part here. So Russia's unit strength is deployed now really vary between being manned at 90, 100% to 50%. And there's significant disparity of the force. This does not mean that it looks anything like it looked before as a skeletal army, okay? Every part of the Russian army has officers who are commanding men. Maybe there are a few battalion tactical groups that are there as part of a brigade versus all of them. Maybe a brigade is understaffed, but they can all field something. These are widely distributed across Russia in different numbers. So the concentration of the best, the sort of highest level of staffing, manning levels, and most contract soldiers are amongst the airborne, the naval infantry, and all of the brigades in the southern military district. The lowest staffing level, probably 50%, is a unit stationed in the Far East. And overall, Russia's forces are structured so that the best ground forces are concentrated in the southern military district in the Caucasus. The best tactical aviation air defense is concentrated in the western military district facing Europe. There are some armored formations there as well, but as part of the reforms, Russia actually really thinned out its ground presence in facing Europe in the western military district during these reforms. Military today. So some units are really capable, they're ready, they're trained. Other units can be dependent to provide a part of their strength. If you're looking at southern military district right now, kind of in the Caucasus opposite Ukraine, basically within 1 week, any brigade there could provide half of its strength, okay? And it could provide the rest of it within a month. And the rest of Russia's units could provide a third of their strength, probably within a week. And if you give them a month, they could give you a lot more, right? So it kind of gives you an idea. Plus, the airborne units are kind of the Russian airborne, the rapid response units. They're the ones that are ready to respond to conflicts, and they're stationed around different military districts. So, conclusion. I know I overran my time. It's been a fitful process, a bit 2 steps forward, 1 step back for Russia. Russia has not achieved a 100% contractor force or even a mostly contractor force. It has not achieved an army that all the units are fully staffed, fully manned, combat ready, this, that, and the other. And these are kind of unrealistic ideals. But it's fundamentally walked away from the mass mobilization army that existed, and that was completely useless. It has walked away from an army that is designed to fight a very large-scale conventional conflict against NATO. At least that's not as it's meant. It's become an army that has a lot of units that are combat ready, combat capable. It is still very limited because it is an army that's still bifurcated, where you have combat ready units who are fully staffed by contractors ready to go, like the airborne, and a lot of units and formations that are not. So you're still looking at an army that is one force, but with varying capabilities. So you know in a fight, Russia will only use the same set of units. Like you could count them on a piece of paper, the units that will be ready to go in a week versus the units that they're not going to call because they know they're not going to be ready. But suffice it to say, if there is one success story in Russia, and there have been a lot of arguments today, these past couple of days, what are the success stories in Russia? The military and the security services have definitely fared the best. And if there's any one place where we can see significant transformation, it's probably the military. All right, I know I've run out of my time, so I'll leave the rest of my sort of comments for people who have questions. One thing I did promise, I'm happy to talk about military operations in Ukraine and in Crimea, the state of Russia's forces there, the separatist forces, or the Ukrainian forces, so it's all a matter of you to ask those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. Our next speaker, Dr. Svetlana Savrinskaya, has been heavily involved in archival research in the U.S. and Russia, and has performed joint projects with the George Washington University's National Security Archive and Brown University's Watson Institute. Dr. Savrinskaya currently is the director of the National Security Archive's cooperative projects with Russia, and is the editor of the Russian and East Bloc archival documents database. And most importantly for us, she's graciously offered her services as a translator, and for that we are very grateful. Dr. Savrinskaya.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the symposium and to mention how I am impressed that the students are actually driving this symposium. And every student participant I met is incredibly impressive, eloquent, well-prepared, and just an excellent future scholar or practitioner. So thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much for this very unique symposium. Dr. Kaufman just mentioned that there were some success stories in Russia, and I'm going to talk about this major success story, an unprecedented success story in US-Russian relations in the last 20 years. This is the experience that Secretary of Defense Bill Perry called the most meaningful thing I did as Secretary of Defense. And what Graham Allison called the most cost-effective expenditure in the US defense budget ever. And this story is the Non-Lugar Cooperative Threat Reduction Program. I would like to remind us of the fall of 1991 and the situation we all were in. The Soviet Union was about to disintegrate. And it was generally understood both here and in the Soviet Union itself that the Soviet Union was in a very vulnerable situation. This is a disintegrating nuclear power with over 30,000 nuclear weapons. So what do you do with that?
what were the expectations of how the situation might develop? Here we had an example of disintegrating Yugoslavia, which resulted in violence. So when Secretary Dick Cheney was asked in December 1991 what would happen with the Soviet nuclear arsenal, he responded, "If the Soviets do an excellent job and retaining control over their stockpile of nuclear weapons, and they are 99% successful, that would mean you could still have as many as 250 weapons that they were not able to control." That's very dangerous, to say the least. But we know that not one of those weapons fell into the wrong hands, not one of those weapons exploded, was proliferated. In addition to the nuclear weapons, there were also chemical weapons and biological weapons. And the biological weapon program of the Soviet Union was very extensive and secret. And in the end of 1991, the United States did not even know the entire extent of that program. In addition to that, there were command and control issues that were of serious concern to US policymakers. So there was a discussion in the United States, also in the Soviet Union at the time. How do you secure all that material? How do you make sure that these weapons are not sold, are not proliferated, that there are no accidents? The main choice was, do we allow these weapons to stay in the republics where they were? And strategic weapons were stationed in 4 republics: Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Belarus. Tactical nuclear weapons were stationed in 14 out of the 15 republics. And there were hotheads and local politicians who believed within the Soviet Union that these republics should keep their weapons, because that also helps with the status of the new independent state. And of course, out of security concerns. But not only in the Soviet Union. Some American policymakers believed that decentralization of control was a good idea. Brent Scowcroft writes in his memoirs that he thought, and that's what he argued in the fall of 1991, he thought that there was positive benefit in the breakup of command and control over strategic nuclear weapons in the Soviet Union to several republics. Why? Anything which would serve to dilute the size of an attack we might have to face was, in my view, a benefit, well worth the deterioration of unified control over the weapons. Just imagine nuclear weapons in Ukraine right now, right? But there were other people who thought that it was imperative to keep the centralized control, and that the United States had to help the Soviet Union pull those weapons back to Russia, dismantle some of them, which fell under the START Treaty, secure safe storage and safe transportation of those nuclear weapons, and very importantly, help those nuclear, chemical, and biological scientists to find new employment. Because these brains, this knowledge was very proliferatable. And there were lots of agents of other countries who were there in Moscow, in Almaty, in Kiev, offering money for that knowledge. So this unprecedented congressional initiative, Congressional Foreign Policy Initiative, was born in November 1991. Senator Nunn, after his visit to the Soviet Union, when he realized where the situation was, he realized that for 3 days and 4 us, Mikhail Gorbachev was not in control of the nuclear button. He felt there was urgency. And he created a coalition in the Senate, supported by Richard Lugar of Indiana. And together, they drafted and passed the Nunn-Lugar legislation, which, after initial reluctance by the Bush administration, the president signed into law in December 1991. And in the next 20 years, this initiative achieved something that if we were asked in the fall of '91 was not achievable. So I will just very briefly list most impressive achievements. 7,616 nuclear warheads were deactivated. 914 ICBM missiles were destroyed. 33 nuclear weapon-carrying submarines were destroyed, and 695 submarine-launched ballistic missiles that were on them were destroyed. Now, when they were dismantled and destroyed, where does the uranium go? Well, they developed and signed in 1993, actually went into force, an agreement called colloquially megatons to megawatts. So when those weapons are dismantled, the cores were extracted and downblended to create nuclear rods, fuel rods, for civilian reactors. And Russia, which at the time really, really needed finances, sold those fuel rods to the United States. The entire price that the United States paid in 20 years was $17 billion, which is a bargain. What is interesting is that in the United States, about half of all the electricity generated by nuclear power plants is generated from those fuel rods that came from the weapons dismantled under non-Lugar. Isn't that an example of incredible, mutually beneficial program? It was possible, but it ended in the end of 2013. Now, in Kazakhstan, and Ukraine, and Belarus, all strategic weapons were pulled back to Russia by 1995-1996 without a single accident. Without a single accident. It was very difficult to persuade the Ukrainian leadership to give up the weapons. And Russia and the United States cooperated together how to persuade, how to entice, how to make it possible for the Ukrainian leadership to send these weapons back to Russia. However, there were some people, strategic thinkers, who believed that it was too early for Ukraine to give up their nuclear weapons. For example, Zbigniew Brzezinski. I don't know what he thinks about that now, but in addition to these successes, in Operation Sapphire, 600 kilograms of highly enriched uranium was removed from Kazakhstan without any accident. To employ and help support nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons scientists, international science and technology centers were established in Moscow and Ukraine and Kazakhstan. But the center in Moscow is now closed, and that cooperation also came to the end. Those people who were involved in cutting-edge research and very interesting, engaging work that consumed all their life suddenly found themselves without employment. They were selling coffee on the corners in the early 90s, and those science and technology centers helped them to find employment, and importantly, not just to find employment, but to be integrated in international scientific projects where they could use their education, their experience, and not just go work as teachers in schools. The most recent, and again, unprecedented success, which went kind of under the radar because of the events in Ukraine, is the destruction of the Syrian chemical weapons. That is probably the last significant achievement of the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program, of non-Lugar program. The CTR funds were used for the support and mobilization of the vessel Cape Ray to conduct weapon elimination at sea. But more importantly, both the Russians and the American diplomats and the military put pressure on their supporters or their allies within the Syrian political mess and civil war to make sure that the transportation of those chemical weapons to the vessel that would destroy them was safe, secure, and not a single accident happened. So these are the successes that I think in the short period of time, 20 years, really show that Russia and the United States can work together. And yet in 2013, Russia pulled out. It gave the first warning in 2012. It pulled out of the initial agreement, and a new understanding was signed, and then worked for about a year. Why? And I think this is very relevant to one of the questions of the symposium, which is how does Russia see itself, and how does Russia want to be seen internationally? And in the formulation of why Russia terminated the agreement, the official statement was that the US proposal was not consistent with our ideas about what forms and on what basis further cooperation should be built. Russia did not want to be in the role of supplicant. Russia did not want to be seen as a state which cannot solve its own security problems. Russia did not want to rely on Western funding to secure its own nuclear materials. Russia also did not want interference or even access of foreign military and intelligence services in its very sensitive nuclear sites. So the main issues were Russians perceived that there was espionage involved, especially during inspection visits of US delegations. Russia from the very beginning was not happy with the liability issues where the US personnel was covered not responsible for any accidents or behavior that happened during implementation of CTR on the Russian territory, that the money went primarily to the US contractors, even when the Russian side could provide services or products cheaper than the United States. And more and more in 2013, with a general disintegration of the relationship, the security concerns, the secrecy concerns became prevalent. So I would conclude that this was a real accomplishment which left very significant trace, left real connections, left people who were participating in those programs who know how it was done. It built a level of trust which did not exist during the Soviet Union and during the first years of the 90s, where experts to experts, military to military, scientists to scientists were able to work very closely in a situation of unbelievable transparency. So all that is still there. And on the other hand, the new threats are arising where such cooperation is vitally important between Russia and the United States. Now, I will end on a hopeful note that Ashton Carter, who was at the very origins of the non-Lugar legislation, I would say that the entire non-Lugar program was built on his ideas, is now the new Secretary of Defense. So many of people who participated in non-Lugar when they were young officials in State Department, Defense Department, Energy Department are now in very senior positions in the US government. And that gives us some hope that something could be reconstructed that is left from non-Lugar, and that on a new basis, Russians could be persuaded to come back into this cooperative program, but only if the United States is willing to take their concerns seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Dr. Savranskaya. Our next speaker is Major General Pavel Zolotarov, and he will have a presentation, which, as we set up, I will reiterate what Achnas has already said. During his career in the Russian armed forces, General Pavel Zolotarov served as the head of the Information and Analysis Center of the Russian Ministry of Defense and Deputy Chief of Staff of the Defense Council of Russia. He's currently the Deputy Director of the USA and Canada Studies Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences. General Zolotarov.
Thank you. I am not from intelligence, and consequently, my English like program Global Zero, Neo Zero. And I am very appreciate Svetlana. She will be help me. Thank you. Я должен поблагодарить организаторов.
I would like to thank the organizers.
И в том числе выступавших коллег, я от них сегодня узнал очень много нового о нашей военной реформе.
And also I would like to thank the colleagues who spoke before me because I learned a lot from them about our military reform.
Эти новости, если будет время, я прокомментирую.
If I have time, I would like to comment on this new information that I learned.
Что касается стратегии безопасности России, то с самого начала она базировалась на принятый в 1992 году закон о безопасности Российской Федерации.
As far as the national security strategy of the Russian Federation, from the very beginning, it was based on the presidential decree about national security strategy adopted in 1992.
Закон о безопасности.
Law of national strategy of security, national security.
Этот закон определил безопасность как состояние, обеспечивающее условия развития государства, общества и личности.
That law defined security as providing conditions ensuring. Скажите конец.
Он определил безопасность как состояние, обеспечивающее условия для развития.
As ensuring conditions for development of the state and individuals.
И на этой основе разрабатывались все документы в области военной политики, они как раз вот на слайде представлены.
And all further documents regulating military policy were developed on the basis of that initial document. And those documents you can see on the slide.
Я на них останавливаться не буду.
I will not talk about each one of them.
Но хотел бы напомнить, что Вооруженные силы России образовались в мае 1992 года.
But I would like to remind you that Russian armed forces were founded in May 1992.
Когда Советского Союза еще не было, а вооруженные силы СССР оставались.
When there was no more Soviet Union, but the armed forces of the Soviet Union still remained.
Но начали их уже растаскивать по своим национальным квартирам новые государства.
But the new states were beginning to pull parts of the Soviet armed forces to their new quarters.
Первое это сделала Украина.
Ukraine did it first.
Украина, Белоруссия и Молдавия входили в состав первого стратегического эшелона.
Ukraine, Moldavia and Belarus were part of the first strategic echelon.
И Украине достались самые мощные вооруженные силы, запасы, и в том числе ядерная компонента, о которой, Светлана, вы говорили.
And Ukraine possessed the most powerful armed forces units, including nuclear weapons and materials, about which I just talked.
После образования вооруженных сил в августе 1992 года был принят указ президента, который определил направление развития вооруженных сил до 1995 года.
After the armed forces were created in August 1992, the president signed a decree about the conception of building of armed forces of Russian Federation until 1995.
Фактически этим указом были определены основные направления военной реформы.
That decree determined the main directions of military reform.
И в последующем они были дополнены в концепциях военного строительства России на период до 2005 года и затем на период до 2010 года. Они здесь упоминаются.
And they were amended later by concepts of military construction, military building of the Russian Federation for the period up to 2005. The amendments were made in 1998.
Пожалуйста, следующий слайд.
Next slide, please.
Я об этом упоминаю, потому что здесь прозвучало, что Сердюков реформы разработал.
I am mentioning this specifically because it was mentioned here that it was Serdyukov who developed the military reform.
Направления реформ разрабатывались в течение 10 лет, и ждали они момента, когда государство сможет выделить необходимые бюджетные средства.
The main concepts or main principles of military reform have been developed over 10 years, and they were just waiting until the government could invest the necessary budget resources in the military reform.
Сердюков, к сожалению, самая неудачная кандидатура, которую можно было выбрать для проведения таких реформ.
Serdyukov, unfortunately, was the worst possible candidate to implement this kind of reforms.
И, к сожалению, Генеральный штаб не оказывал никакого сопротивления тем глупостям и воинствующей некомпетентности со стороны Сердюкова.
And unfortunately, the General Staff did not show any resistance to the stupidities and other unprepared actions by Serdyukov.
А что касается указа 92 года в августе месяце, я хотел бы обратить внимание, что здесь упоминается переход на смешанную систему комплектования по призыву и по контракту.
Already in that decree that I mentioned of August 1992, there was the principle of mixed system of the Russian army combining conscript base with a professional contract base.
И этот принцип правильный, потому что без призыва, без мобилизационных ресурсов такую страну, как Россия, оставлять нельзя.
And that was the right principle because in a country like Russia, a very big country, you could not remove entirely the mobilizational principle of army formation.
Этим указом предусматривалось создание мобильных сил.
That decree also provided for creation of mobile forces.
И им же предусматривался переход на дивизионно-бригадную структуру армии и корпусов.
And that same decree provided for moving to division brigade structure of the mobilization forces.
Теперь, что касается доктрины, которая была принята первая в 1993 году.
Now we will talk about the military doctrine which was adopted in 1993 for the first time. Could you please move the slide?
В ней отмечено, что у России противников нет.
In that doctrine, it was clearly stated that the Russian Federation does not have enemies.
После этого принимались военные доктрины в 2000 году, в 2010 году.
Next slide, please. Let's go through the next and to the next one.
И сразу следующий слайд. Следующая доктрина была принята в 2000 году, но что ей предшествовало?
The next doctrine was adopted in 2000, but let's talk about what preceded it.
Если вы помните, Ельцин в начале 90-х годов подчеркнул, что Россия готова идти на такое сближение с Западом, что не исключает своего членства в НАТО.
Let me remind you that in the early 1990s, Yeltsin stated that, and probably this became the criterion because they were the ones who were admitted to NATO first.
В это время услышали и националистов Украины, которым начали оказывать поддержку с начала 90-х годов.
The United States also obviously heard the Ukrainian nationalists whom they supported from the beginning of the 1990s.
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
Next slide, please.
Результат.
The result.
В военной доктрине в 2000 году то, что было источником военной опасности в доктрине 1993 года, стало военной опасностью.
As a result, if you look at the military doctrine of 2000, what was mentioned in 1993 as potential sources of threat to the Russian Federation is now mentioned as existing threats to military security of the Russian Federation.
То есть расширение блоков уже оценивалось как военная опасность.
In other words, the enlargement of the blocks now was seen as existing military threat.
Тем не менее, Путин после трагических событий сентября 2001 года первым, пока еще НАТО думало, оказал поддержку Соединенным Штатам в проведении антитеррористической операции в Афганистане.
Nonetheless, after the tragic events of September 11, Putin was the very first leader before NATO, while NATO was still thinking about it, who offered support for the United States and their anti-terrorist operation in Afghanistan.
Медведев, став президентом России, тоже подчеркнул, что Россия не исключает перспективы своего членства в НАТО.
Medvedev, when he became president, also emphasized that Russia does not exclude the possibility of becoming a NATO member.
Что мы получили в ответ? Продолжение расширения НАТО. Мы получили политику втягивания в НАТО Грузии и Украины.
What did we get in response? We got in response further enlargement of NATO and the policy of pulling Georgia and Ukraine into NATO.
На Украине был осуществлен первый переворот, но мирный.
The first coup was carried out in Ukraine, but that coup was peaceful.
Первый Майдан, несмотря на то, что фактически с небольшим отрывом победил Янукович, привел к власти Ющенко.
The first Maidan, regardless of the fact, notwithstanding the fact that Yanukovych actually won with a slight majority, but Maidan brought Yushchenko to power.
Он начал проводить политику подготовки Украины в НАТО и поднял вопрос о перспективе пребывания Черноморского флота в Крыму.
Yushchenko immediately started the policy of moving Ukraine closer to NATO membership and raised the issue of the Russian Black Sea Fleet stationing in the Crimea.
Следующая доктрина была принята в 2010 году.
The next military doctrine was adopted in 2010.
В ней ввели четкую градацию. Военная угроза, военная опасность, военная угроза, вооруженный конфликт.
In that doctrine, there was very clear distinction between military threat.
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
Next slide, please. Опасности, угрозы, military danger, military danger, military threat, and military conflict.
И первый раз в результате в этой доктрине появилось упоминание НАТО.
And for the first time, this doctrine specifically mentioned NATO.
Причем предельно корректно. Речь шла всего лишь о функциях НАТО, выходящих за нормы международного права. Только об этом шла речь.
And it was mentioned in a very specific ways, very specific terms were used. Only those functions of NATO were mentioned which would be realized in violation of norms of international law.
Ну и в ней еще упоминалась проблема противоракетной обороны, потому что к этому времени Соединенные Штаты вышли из договора по ПРО.
Also, that doctrine specifically mentioned the problem of anti-ballistic missile defense system because the United States broke out of the ABM treaty.
В дальнейшем вроде бы развивалось все неплохо, произошла перезагрузка.
Later, things took a positive turn because the reset was happening.
Мы подписали и приняли вместе договор СНВ-3.
Together, we developed and signed the New START treaty.
Продолжали сотрудничество по Афганистану.
We continued our cooperation on Afghanistan.
Сотрудничали и получили положительный эффект в проблеме химического оружия Сирии.
We cooperated and achieved a positive result in on chemical nuclear weapons in Syria.
Но проявил себя синергетический эффект на Украине.
But the synergy effect eventually showed itself in Ukraine.
Но это уже был военный переворот с применением силы.
But this time it was a military coup with use of violence.
С приходом к власти национал-фашистов.
Which resulted in national fascists coming to power.
Здесь уже абсолютная ясность появилась относительно перспективы Черноморского флота. Ее уже практически не было.
Here we got complete clarity on the issue of perspectives of Black Sea Fleet in Crimea.
Отсюда действия России по использованию потенциала населения Крыма, которое, я напомню, в составе Украины обладало автономией, его лишили этой автономии. И видя, что творится в Киеве, достаточно было создать условия для свободного волеизлияния, что и было сделано.
And in this situation, Russia used the potential of the Crimean autonomy. I have to remind you that initially Crimea was autonomous and then this autonomy was taken away from it. So all that we did was create conditions for for expression of free will of the population of Crimea to where it was very clear for population of Crimea who came to power in Kiev.
Что касается восточной части Украины, я понял, что мне уже время напоминает.
As far as eastern Ukraine is concerned,
то здесь нам необходимо серьезно изучить то, что произошло.
Here we have to study very seriously what happened.
Это не было замыслом России спланированным.
It was not Russian intention, it was not a Russian plan.
Здесь сыграли роль незаконные вооруженные формирования во главе с проходимцами типа Стрелкова-Гиркина или Гиркина-Стрелкова.
Here, the main role was played by illegal military formations, which were led by scoundrels, kind of like Girkin-Strelkov.
С позором выгнаны бывшие офицеры ФСБ.
They were former officers of FSB who were kicked out of FSB with embarrassment.
Самопроизвольно начал там действовать.
They began, those units began functioning there on their own initiative.
Неадекватное применение вооруженных сил со стороны киевской власти привели к ситуации, когда Россия оказалась втянутой в этот конфликт.
But the inadequate, inappropriate use of military force on the part of the Ukrainian government led to the situation where Russia became pulled into the military conflict.
Здесь упомянули, что воюют вооруженные силы. Генштаб Украины заявил официально, что нет там вооруженных сил России.
I heard it mentioned here that Russian regular units were fighting in eastern Ukraine, while the General Staff of Ukraine officially stated that there were no Russian units fighting in eastern Ukraine.
Там большое количество добровольцев из России, но это не регулярные вооруженные силы.
There is a great number of volunteers from Russia, but these are non-regular armed forces.
И, наконец, в 2014 году в декабре приняли последнюю военную доктрину.
And the last military doctrine was adopted in December 2014. Slide.
И как реакция на сложившуюся ситуацию здесь появилась в военных опасностях, повторяю, не военная угроза, а военная опасность.
And as a reaction to the recent developments, what we see in the new military doctrine listed among military dangers, not direct threats.
Появилось упоминание о силовом потенциале НАТО.
The force potential of NATO close to Russian borders is specifically mentioned.
И упоминание в качестве военной опасности дестабилизации обстановки в отдельных государствах.
And also as a military danger, it mentions destabilization of situation in certain states and regions.
То есть в официальных доктринальных документах Россия предельно выдержана. И здесь не упоминается ни одно западное государство в качестве противника, и тем более нет сравнений ни с ИГИЛом, ни с Эболой.
I have to emphasize that in these core national strategy documents of the Russian Federation, the language is very reserved. Not a single country is mentioned specifically as an adversary, and certainly is not mentioned between ISIS and Ebola.
И буквально в двух словах о стратегических ядерных силах. Я понимаю, что время
just 2 words about strategic nuclear forces.
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
Next slide.
Все эти годы Россия решала две задачи. Это сохранить стратегические ядерные силы и сократить.
For all these years, Russia has been trying to solve 2 main tasks. A, to preserve the strategic nuclear forces, and second, to cut strategic nuclear forces.
В этом плане нам помогал договор СНВ-1, он как раз предусматривал сокращение.
In this respect, the START 1 treaty helped us tremendously because it was the treaty about arms disarmament.
Но наступил момент, когда уже пора менять устаревшие вооружения ракетные.
But here the moment came when we have to change, update the weapons and systems that are becoming old.
И по договору СНВ-3 мы фактически решаем сложную задачу сокращения и ввода в строй новых перспективных ракетных комплексов.
So under the new START treaty or START 3 treaty, we have a task at the same time of cutting the forces, but also introducing new modern systems in the strategic nuclear weapons.
В ракетных войсках стратегического назначения мы делаем упор на развитие мобильной компоненты.
In the strategic rocket forces, we are emphasizing the mobile component.
Это реакция на появление высокоточного оружия глобальной дальности.
This is the reaction to the appearance of high precision weapons of global range.
Потому что мы обменялись с американцами точными координатами стационарных пусковых установок.
Because we exchanged with the United States, we exchanged information about the precise location of stationary missile systems.
Поэтому, чтобы обеспечить живучесть, надо ввести неопределенность в координатах. Это мобильные комплексы.
So the purpose of the mobile complexes to ensure survivability, we have to not give precise information about the location of those systems.
Здесь показан состав структуры ракетных войск.
You can see in the slide, you can see the structure of the strategic missile forces.
На следующем слайде перспектива морских стратегических ядерных сил.
Next slide, please. And the next slide shows the structure of strategic naval forces.
И следующий слайд, последний.
And the last slide, could we see the last slide?
Это авиационная компонента стратегических сил.
And the last slide shows you the Air Force component of strategic missile forces.
Там мы ожидаем в перспективе появления перспективного авиационного комплекса, который позволит заменить 3 существующих авиационных носителя на 1.
In the Air Force component, we are anticipating an introduction of a new Air Force nuclear carrier complex, which would replace 3 existing carriers.
На этом я закончу. Прошу прощения за то, что не выдержал регламент.
I apologize for taking more time, but we have to factor in the translation, so he should have been given twice the time. Я сказала, что вам нужно было дать вдвое больше времени, потому что
Thank you for your remarks, General Zolotarov, and again, thank you for translating Dr. Savronskaya. So we have one more speaker, and then I think in the interest of time, we will have a short discussion between the panelists, and then we'll move to the audience Q&A session. So our final speaker, Lieutenant General Arlen Dirk Jameson, retired from a decorated career in the United States Air Force in 1996, where he held positions as Deputy Commander-in-Chief of U.S. Strategic Command, where the Air Force Strategic Missile Center at Vandenberg Air Force Base, as well as Chief of Staff and Director of Command Control of the Strategic Air Command, otherwise known as SAC. His positions placed him in command of much of the United States strategic nuclear forces, both Air Force and Navy. Additionally, some of his many decorations include the Bronze Star.
Let's skip that part.
Okay, we'll skip it.
It's a long and distinguished career.
Long and distinguished.
Right.
All right. And this is, in my opinion, very relevant. He helped to he helped facilitate the first exchange between the United States and Soviet Union and their strategic missile forces. And in 2012, he was awarded a Jean Mayer from Tufts. Thank you.
Of which I'm most proud of the Jean Mayer Award. I know every year how important this forum is, and I congratulate Sherm Teichman and the students who put it on and make it such an important learning experience for all of us. Last night, I listened as Ambassador Matlock and Dr. Legvold, Dr. Trennan spoke, and they were addressing the question of whether, with the strategies and the interactions that you're hearing a lot about, whether we've entered a new Cold War or not. And all I can say is I'm not sure, but forums like this are so critical in exploring the obvious difficulties in communicating these days. Now, I looked out in the audience last night and I saw a lot of very young faces. And that's so important in what's going to come next in our future, because you are the ones that are going to live with whatever these countries reach in the way of either accommodation or confrontation. And when I thought about that, and one presenter who was fairly young, by that I mean a lot younger than me, mentioned that she was born after the Cold War was over, really didn't know much about it. And I thought maybe what I could best do for a few minutes today is give you a little trip back just so we know what is at stake. So I arrived at my first military assignment, Homestead, Florida, in July of 1962. The very first thing that happened within a few months was a Cuban Missile Crisis, where all of the B-52 pilots at that base sent their families in station wagons as far away from that Air Force base as they could get. And the field across from our house became loaded with rocket launchers. The runway became loaded with F-100s and other aircraft, and the freeways were loaded with military equipment heading south. That was my first experience. I immediately went into the ICBM forces. There was a volunteer program and I wanted to get in it. So I got in it and was almost immediately pulling alert, hundreds of alerts. I know that I have that in common with General Zolokov. He was pulling alerts somewhere, but not in South Dakota. Well, occasionally those alerts were filled with great anxiety. The day of the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the day of the false alarm in the SAC command post. There were other days, I'm sure, but they probably occurred in somewhere around the fields of Moscow or in Belarus or somewhere. But there were things going on that I always call close calls. And some of them are reflected in the gray hair here. So in 1987, as a brand new brigadier general, I got a letter which was instigated by a professor right here at Tufts to have a young physicist over at Harvard give me some information on command and control. So Tony Chase, who's one of your distinguished professors, had Ash Carter send me his book, Managing Nuclear Operations, which just for the heck of it, I pulled down a couple of weeks ago because I hadn't looked at it in years. Opened the front cover, and there was a letter from Ash Carter to me saying, Dirk, you're going in to command and control of the nuclear business. You need to read these things, study these things, and I'm sure you'll do great, but there are a lot of uncertainties there. That letter was dated 1987. So I left Harvard that day and went back to SAC headquarters where I was the director of command and control. And what we were doing around the clock was preparing to annihilate my friend down here who was pulling alert, and I'd like to know which base. Maybe he'll tell me like General Sergeyev told me. And the rest of the Soviet Union. We practiced the execution drill at least 8 times a day. I was responsible for an airborne command post that was airborne for 30 years. Not the same airplane, but it was coordinated and it was there in the air all of those years. And then I had the other task of being responsible for digging a new command post deep under the headquarters at Strategic Command. It became Strategic Command. So that was kind of the weight on my life. And I know it was a weight on the citizenry. And I know it was something that our youth may not realize, the criticality of being able to live with someone, with another country, that together you have 90% of the world's nuclear weapons. So I was 20 years before that job and 10 years after that job, and I was acutely aware of in all that time, not just by going through the PSYOP one target at a time, but because of all of the things that were going on across our nuclear triad. And I'm also pretty aware of the capabilities of our U.S. military in terms of precision, the growing lethality of our conventional weapons, and all of those things that I was fortunately able to sit with and discuss with the first group of mill-to-mill participants with the Russian strategic rocket forces, and to discuss those things in some detail and to find out things that were very important to, I think, both sides. I took great pleasure in showing the head of the rocket forces, what I thought the strength of America was. And then he had a turn with me in Russia. But here's my point. The nuclear terror of the Cold War was really terror, and it was really close. It was something that the world should never have to experience again. And yet, 25 years later, with that respite of 25 years, we have this sort of Damocles right there, again, reappearing. Now, I don't want to be over dramatic, but I'm worried about the way these things can escalate unintentionally. If I were waking up today, if I were Rip Van Winkle, and I don't know who Rip Van Winkle is in Russia, but translate that for me. And reading the intelligence reports, the headlines, and tracking Twitter. What's the Russian translator for Twitter? Okay, Twitter. So I'm now speaking Russian. So I wouldn't be surprised by all that is new in the world of nuclear weapons. I would mainly be surprised by how much is the same. Now as then, as I mentioned, 90% of the nuclear weapons in the world belong to the US and Russia. Now and then, I believe, and the general may correct me, that Russia's nuclear forces are central to their national security. I heard it over and over when I was in their country. Now as then, the two countries contain ready nuclear forces with destructive capabilities that grossly exceed target sets that, if attacked, would obliterate the world economy and impoverish the human race for I don't know how far into the future. That's a fact. Now as then, nuclear accidents and incidents occur unintentionally. People, humans, make mistakes. And the transparency for these close calls is not what I would like it to be. Now as then, the modernization of nuclear forces, as we just heard and as in our dialogue in the United States military, is described as urgent, well underway, more capable, and more destructive. Necessary to back up talk and misunderstandings. And these circumstances are ratcheting up tensions from cooperation to confrontation. And I even joked with the general as he came in. I said, "How was your trip from Russia?" And by the way, I really enjoyed working with the strategic rocket forces, and that is not an exaggeration. And he said it was fine. We flew a little low, and I said, "Yes, but you had a bear escort." And he laughed. Now, whether he thought it was funny or not, I don't know. I don't know whether I think it's funny, because the bears were in the English Channel last week. When the bears are in places where they are in close contact with military forces of another country, something can happen because people are human, or people do something that somebody wants them to do that they shouldn't do. So there are a lot of explanations of how we got here. And is that my 30 seconds right there?
Yeah, we can go a little bit over.
Okay. I saw what you gave the general.
Yeah.
So. And again, this symposium is so important to trying to sort those out and keeping the dialogue going. And the things that I heard Bob Legvold participating in with his Russian counterparts and Dr. Trenin are so important. But clearly, these actions of the last 6 or 8 months have put us, or maybe before that, maybe it goes further back than that, have put us, the United States and Russia, on notice. Whether by design or opportunity, we're in a worse place, and we're in a place that can have us talking more and more about strategies for nuclear, not just armament, or not just deployment, or not just readiness, but employment. So what really sounds a lot like the 1980s is what I'm hearing today. During my travels in Russia, I did that both as a military person, as a businessman, as a tourist, and most recently just last year. And I enjoyed so much talking with the Russian people. I always talked to the young people about their grandparents, and I talked to the other people about their lives and how they lived, and they would take, in many cases, and show me, and not just in Moscow or not just in St. Petersburg, but in other places. And what I know is the Russian people are a great people. Their history is a great history. And Russia has had a great role in global affairs. We've been allies, and we're no longer allies. And somebody said, we're only adversaries now. Well, that's only one possible small step better than what we were in the 1980s, which was enemies. Nonetheless, I hope that a great deal of judgment and careful consideration, good judgment and careful consideration, will help us on this slippery slope, that the forums that do exist and the interactions between our governments will be more creative than they have been lately, because right now they are failing the human race. And I don't want to be a part of that, but most of all, I don't want my grandkids to be a part of that. So our two countries really are on a slippery slope. I'm hoping that we'll find a way. I don't know whether it's Cold War II. I thought about a possible analogy because I love Pushkin, Alexander Pushkin, and I thought maybe his life might give us an insight. He was quite sensitive about being insulted or given slight treatment. He participated, according to everything I could find, and we visited his home and I saw the couch where he died, in many duels. It was quite the thing in the 1800s. A lot of people, a lot of nobility killed each other, and he had more than a few. He lost his last one because the other duelists didn't play by the rules. Right now, I don't think we have very many rules. I think we better seek the rules with great, great care. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Jameson. So we're a bit short on time. There's been a desire for Mr. Kaufman to respond to General Zolotarov, but Sherman has told me that.
If there is that desire, let's have that quick.
Okay, yeah, just.
Our circumstances are such. We're going to go to right before 5. We have some announcements to make, an alumni award, and Mike, being justice to the mic. Conduct the exchange. Conduct the exchange. But when you get to the microphone, no commentary, please. Terse questions. We're going to go almost to 5 o'clock. Then we have the breakouts, and we are going to delay dinner. We'll be basically tracking back about 30 minutes.
Hi.
Awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to take a quick one-finger comment back to General Zolotarev to see comment on my presentation. Yeah, I agree, and I didn't mean to imply that Sterikov was the father and author of all these reports, and I agree with what General Zolotarev said, that a lot of these reports were written, a lot of these reforms were designed and written down before him. That's probably the only thing I agree with of what General Zolotarev said in this presentation, I'll be honest. As far as all these dumb things Sterikov said and did...
Excuse me, could you make little intervals? I have to translate.
Yeah, my apologies, I'm being inconsiderate. I forgot. As far as the criticisms of Sterikov within the general staff and the various mistakes he made and whatnot, Yeah, he absolutely did make some mistakes. He heard all these criticisms at the time.
Особенно по поводу того, я согласен, что Свердлюков был самым плохим возможным кандидатом, и то, что он сделал все эти ошибки, конечно, он слышал критику о своих ошибках.
Yeah, the short story is that Serdikov stayed to implement his reforms, whereas his detractors did not. And whether or not he was the best or the worst person to implement them is a moot point. The important point is that he actually did implement them, unlike all his predecessors. And the generals who said we had all these great ideas before, it just never happened for 20 years. That's it, like I said, 1 minute.
Единственное, что хочу сказать. Было абсолютно правильно принято решение о назначении на период реформ гражданского министра обороны.
One thing that I want to mention that the decision to appoint a civilian Minister of Defense during the period of reform was the correct decision.
Ни один военный никогда не решился бы на такие преобразования.
No military officer would ever implement this kind of reforms.
Только можно было назначить любого порядочного гражданского, ничего не понимающего в военных делах, и было бы лучше.
But you could have appointed any decent civilian, even if he did not understand anything about military issues, and it would have been much better. Может, таких в Москве не было.
А нашли поэтому в Питере.
That's why they found him in Peter.
I guess we will now move on to the Q&A session with the audience. Just to reiterate, we are short on time. One question, one panelist, name, institution. We'll start over here.
Yes. My name is Nursultan Yildosev. I'm a first-year student at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, and my question is for General Zolotarov. What misunderstandings or misperceptions are the Americans having of Russia's military strategy and doctrines that you gave a thorough explanation of? And what advice would you have for the Obama administration who are, maybe according to your view, misunderstanding or misperceiving Russia's intentions? Thank you.
Как вы думаете, вот вы так описали хорошо военные доктрины, как вы думаете, какие непонимания или ложные представления существуют в Америке, особенно со стороны администрации Обамы, именно в отношении российской военной доктрины, и какой совет вы могли бы в этом плане дать администрации Обамы?
Вы знаете, у нас с американскими коллегами военными разногласий нет, и я думаю, мы прекрасно друг друга понимаем.
I think that we don't have any differences of opinion or interpretation with our military colleague, and we understand colleagues in the United States, and we understand each other perfectly.
Но проблема в том, что, во-первых, между нами сохраняется взаимное ядерное сдерживание не в силу политической необходимости, а потому что мы такими создали ядерное вооружение.
But first of all, we still have the mutual assured destruction strategy between us, and not for any political reasons, just because we built it this way.
И любое крупное государство, развивая свои вооруженные силы, должно смотреть на другое государство, которое имеет самые развитые вооруженные силы.
And any great state, when developing its military forces, its military capabilities, has to look at another state, the strongest, most powerful militarily state.
Поэтому мы смотрим и реагируем на военную политику Америки, а Соединенные Штаты смотрят на Россию.
Therefore, we watch and react to the U.S. Military policy, and in turn, the United States watches and reacts to the Russian military policy.
Это не потому, что мы противники, а потому что иначе просто и не могут развиваться вооруженные силы.
It is not because we're adversary, it's just because the military forces could not develop otherwise.
Would it be easier in Russian? No. Pavel Semyonovich,
У России есть охранный аппарат, который может послушать телефонные звонки Виктории Нуланда, который может читать Wikileaks и который имеет доступ к Эдварду Сноудену, где с уважаем конкретное свидетельство за ваши заявления на намерении Запада. So Russia has a security apparatus which can listen to the phone calls of Victoria Nuland, which can read WikiLeaks, and which has access to Edward Snowden, where, with all due respect, is the concrete evidence about your claims of Western intentions.
По-английски непонятно. Короче, значит, в России есть такой аппарат безопасности, который может слушать звонки Виктории Нуланд, читает WikiLeaks и также имеет доступ к Сноудену. Вот со всей этой информацией. Почему вы так говорите о намерениях США? Я тоже не поняла, почему так говорите.
Ну, если мы правильно со Светланой вас поняли в двух вариантах, и в русском, и в английском, то первое, спецслужбы и Соединенных Штатов, и России, я думаю, работают примерно одинаково, с той лишь разницей, что спецслужбы Соединенных Штатов находятся на гораздо более высоком технологическом уровне.
If we understood you correctly, your question is about the special services. He thinks that both Russian and U.S. special services work essentially in a very similar way, with one exception, that the U.S. special services have much higher level technological equipment.
И я думаю, что по большому счету спецслужбы все-таки работают в первую очередь в интересах безопасности своего государства и будут продолжать так работать, никуда мы не денемся.
And both special services work primarily to protect the interests of their own state and will continue to work this way no matter what, and we will not find any other ways.
Я спрашивала о намерениях американцев. Вы можете что-нибудь сказать об этом? У него вот как бы вопрос заканчивался тем, какие намерения.
Если вопрос состоял в том, как мы на основании этих данных видим намерения руководства Соединенных Штатов, но я такой информацией не владею. Мне спецслужбы ничего не докладывают.
If your question is on the basis of all this information from security services, how does the Russian government see the intentions of the U.S. government? He simply does not have access to that kind of information. The special services do not share it with him.
Sir, Midshipman Third Class Larkin from the United States Naval Academy. My question is for Brigadier General Ryan. Sir, how do you be diplomatic with individuals or nation states that are unwilling to cooperate with you, are breaking agreements like the Budapest Memorandum, and are blatantly lying to you, for instance, about whether they have troops in eastern Ukraine?
Well, I guess I would go back to the picture, you know, of Lieutenant Robertson and Sergeant Andreev coming across that bridge trying to make contact with each other. For most of the day before that, the Russians were shooting at Lieutenant Robertson, almost shot him. And yet he knew that he had to link up. There were other things bigger, more important than the disagreement they were having at that moment, or the confusion about who they were. And I think that's the case in everything. You know, how are you getting along with your Army cadets here, you know, this week? You okay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Yeah. So you know, I think the Russians and Americans get along about as well as the Army and the Navy does.
Army's honest, sir.
Yeah. maybe so. You know that all those things may be true, and yet it still doesn't negate the necessity to be talking to one another.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Vladimir Pulektov. I'm representative of Moscow State Institute of International Relations. I have a question to Mr. Jameson. How do you think, should there be any just common approach to those countries who didn't sign the NPT? Between Russia and the United States, should be any common approach to those countries? Thank you.
Well, I think I would just say that Russia and the U.S. have a common interest in proceeding with the NPT, and therefore they have to talk about that and seek the common approach. And I don't know what that common approach is, except they can't do it if they're not talking to each other. So I guess that would be the best I can do.
Hi, my name is Stacey Bevan. I'm a senior at Tufts University and alum of EPIIC 2 years ago when the topic was global health and security. My question is also for Lieutenant General Jamieson. A lot of this panel was a discussion over deterrence, military doctrine, and how that can lead to the security and the escalation of particularly nuclear weapons. My question is, what can the relationship between Russia and the United States treatment of nuclear warfare inform us about the future of modern conflict, including the increased concern for national and international terrorism? Thank you.
I think I'm persuaded that the nature of warfare is definitely changing, but that doesn't mean the dangers and the existential nature of having nuclear weapons goes away. So how we're informed by that, I see quite a lot of confusion. And I'm certainly of the opinion that the processes that we have seen over the last number of decades, and I go back to when we first started talking about arms control, are all based on courage on somebody's part. Who had the courage when we were MIRVing ICBMs at an incredible rate and building nuclear weapons, and I was having B-1s show up on my bases at the rate of 2 or 3 a day, deploying peacekeeper missiles at a high rate, and submarines and all that. Somebody had the courage to start the conversation, and they're heroes. Some of them are on the walls of this university right here in letters. They had the guts to tell the people in the State Department, the people in the Defense Department, the President and all his advisors, there's a way that we can begin to work our way out of this. And the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty was a great example. It started right here in Cambridge. So talk is not cheap. Talk is critical.
Good afternoon. My name is Maxime Kondratenko. I am a senior at Tufts and a student in this year's EPIIC class. And my question is for General Zolotarov. You and Mr. Kaufman both talked about Russia's process of modernizing its military, one of the principles of which was the military going from tactical nuclear strikes as a first priority to a conventional standing army as a first priority. With that in mind, today, considering today, what is the importance of tactical nuclear weapons in Russia's strategic calculus, and what is the possibility that they will be used in the event of a conflict?
смещается в сторону именно обычного вооружения, использования обычной армии и не использования тактического ядерного оружия, по крайней мере, в первых. Как вы видите роль тактического ядерного оружия в будущем конфликте и вообще как оно отражается в военной стратегии российской?
Во-первых, тактическое ядерное оружие все находится на складах, в войсках его нет.
all tactical nuclear weapons are right now in storage. They're not deployed in actual units.
Во-вторых, вы абсолютно правы, что когда есть противостояние сил общего назначения, и когда одна из сторон имеет кардинальное преимущество в этих силах, то существует опасность того, что одна из сторон может прибегнуть к применению тактического ядерного оружия.
And you're right, when we have a confrontation of conventional forces, conventional armies, and one of the sides has clear superiority in conventional weaponry over the other, there could be situations where the weaker side would be tempted to use tactical nuclear weapons.
И в основном такая угроза исходила от определенного класса тактических ядерных зарядов.
And especially a particular class of tactical nuclear weapons would be in that category, which would be, which people would be tempted to use.
Ну, например, ядерные мины.
For example, tactical nuclear mines.
Зенитные боеприпасы для зенитных ракет, ядерные боеприпасы.
Ground-to-air missiles with nuclear warheads.
И действительно, их надо было применять сразу, потом это было бесполезно.
Because they were the type of weapons that you had to use very early on, because using them later would make no sense.
И мы изменили ту структуру тактического ядерного оружия. Мы убрали эти типы ядерных боеприпасов, которые теоретически пришлось бы применять в самом начале конфликта.
And now we changed the structure of tactical nuclear weapons. We removed those types of tactical nuclear weapons which would be usable in the very early stages of the conflict.
Ну и самое главное, конечно, не допускать ситуации с возможным конфликтом, военным конфликтом государств, обладающих ядерным оружием.
And the main thing, of course, is not to allow military conflict between two states that possess tactical nuclear weapons or nuclear weapons.
Ну и напоминаю, что даже приказ о том, чтобы тактическое ядерное оружие поступило в войска, может отдать только президент.
And let me remind you that even the order that tactical nuclear weapons would be dispersed to the units could only be given by the president and nobody else.
Не только на применение, а даже на поставку в войска со складов.
Not for the use of tactical nuclear weapons, but even to dispersal of the weapons from the storage facilities to the units.
И должен сказать, что, наверное, кстати, во многом благодаря помощи по программе Нано-Лугара, может быть, даже у нас тактические ядерные боеприпасы более надежно охраняются, чем в Соединенных Штатах.
And I could even say that possibly thanks to non-Lugar assistance, our tactical nuclear weapons are stored maybe more securely than your tactical nuclear weapons in the United States.
Во всяком случае, такого эпизода, как было пару лет назад в авиации Соединенных Штатов, когда случайно самолет взлетел с ядерным зарядом, у нас невозможно.
Just as an example, an occurrence which happened 2 years ago in the U.S. Air Force, where the plane was flying with tactical nuclear weapons on board, would not be possible in Russia.
Thank you very much.
Only one, I need to make one slight correction, General. Those were not tactical nuclear weapons.
Они были не тактические, те, которые были стратегические.
Hello, my name is Yaroslav Brychka, and I represent the Ukrainian delegation in this symposium. And my question is to General Zolotaryov. with all due respect, General Zolotarev, could you please explain how do volunteers and civilian rebels in eastern Ukraine gain access to modern military equipment from Russia and gain expert military training on how to use them? And could you, or did this military equipment volunteer as well? Thank you. Если надо, я могу по-русски сказать.
Ну, что касается людей, вне всякого сомнения, значит, добровольцы, которые едут на Украину, им оказывается помощь организационная. Вне всякого сомнения.
As far as individuals, people are concerned, beyond any doubt, the volunteers, the individuals who go to Ukraine, receive organizational and other kinds of support.
Ну, во-первых, я хотел бы еще такой момент, чтобы вы поняли, что я достаточно объективно по этой ситуации.
I would like to mention one more moment so that you will understand that I am treating the situation objectively.
Я родом с Донецкой области.
He is from Donetsk.
Я учился 8 лет в Харькове в военном училище.
He studied in Kharkov in the military academy for 8 years.
Я имею в виду и аспирантуру тоже.
And graduate school too.
Это то училище, которое закончила позже Надежда Савченко.
It's the same military academy that Nadezhda Savchenko later graduated from.
Население Донбасса вовсе не готово было к вооруженному сопротивлению.
The population of Donbass was not ready for a military conflict at all.
Я не случайно упомянул проходимца Гиркина.
I specifically mentioned the scoundrel Girkin.
И Россия оказалась втянута в эту ситуацию.
And Russia found itself pulled into that situation.
И вина здесь, кстати, и на Киеве стоит. Кто заставлял применять вооруженные силы против мирного населения с самого начала, когда можно было убрать этих проходимцев?
And Kiev bears part of the blame because who made the decision to use military force against the civilian population, where what they could have done is just get rid of Girkin.
И сегодня Россия находится в тяжелой ситуации. То, что мы бросить сейчас уже не можем на данном этапе.
And Russia is in a very difficult situation right now because we cannot simply abandon them.
В той или иной форме поддержка будет оказываться и дальше.
Support will continue to be provided in some form.
Но цель пока у нас одна. С тем, чтобы все-таки Киев побудить к мирным переговорам. Я никак не могу понять, почему Киев повторяет все ошибки, допущенные Россией в Чечне, Грузией в Абхазии и в Южной Осетии. Эти же ошибки пытается сейчас повторить Молдова. Самое устойчивое государство имеет федеративную структуру.
But we still have one and the same goal to make Kiev agree to peaceful negotiations. And I find it very hard to understand why does the government in Kiev repeat the same mistakes that Russia has made in Chechnya, that Georgia has made in Abkhazia, in Ossetia, that Moldova seems to be making now. Federal structure is the most stable structure for any state.
It's very unfortunate that I cannot make any commentary on this situation.
Ему очень жаль, что он не может прокомментировать ситуацию.
There are going to be breakout sessions, which I'm going to describe briefly, which will give people time for that encounter. Two very terse questions, please. Yours and Oksana.
Bronwyn Harper from the United States Naval Academy. My question is for Brigadier General Ryan. Looking on the news where Poroshenko is asking for peacekeepers to intervene in the ceasefire, my question is that looking at the ceasefire, if peacekeepers are intervening, is it truly a mutually agreed ceasefire between two groups, Or are the peacekeepers a way of intimidating the opposition into submission through force? And if it is an intimidation through force, will it truly be effective in creating permanent peace? If not, how should we be handling it?
So the peacekeeper, any peacekeepers put into there would be a good thing, and there would be some. How do you want to describe it? There is some implied, not force per se, like the peacekeepers are going to shoot or something, but there's an implied force or position from the West and from Russia by putting in peacekeeper units. So I think that would be good, and it would be necessary to enforce the peace in that area. Does that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Oksana. I was one of the panelists earlier on. I have a question for Lieutenant General Jameson. Well, I mean, but my question is to an English speaker. Okay. If you take your cues from popular culture, from movies, from mainstream media, there's a lot of negative feeling towards the army and special services of both countries on both sides. I mean, one example of that being, the fact that if a person, an official served for KGB, that means that perhaps he could not be a moral person. I mean, there's a lot of prejudice on that front. I think, you know what I'm talking about here. But from my personal experience, I found military men and special services men, they tend to be quite level-headed. They tend to be risk-averse, and this is something that I also found in your talk, which I personally found very moving. My question to you is, how representative do you think your views are of the current American military leadership, and what role would that leadership be playing in this conflict? Do you think they would be sort of egging the confrontation forward, or do you think they would be trying to sort of pull it back? Thank you.
American military men and women are level-headed, smart, pretty good-looking, and those kind of. Of course, I've been out of the military for a while, but I do know a good number of the people that were colleagues while I was in the military. I had 2 young officers that became commanders-in-chief of STRATCOM that work for me. And I'm always proud of that fact that they work for me. I was thinking of the head of our NNSA is a young officer that also worked for me. So I guess, I lost my train of thought on what I was going to tell you, but Just tell me again quickly what.
I was just wondering how representative you think.
Oh, okay. I really think the people that I know, like General Philip Breedlove, who is the Supreme Allied Commander, I've known him. I know of his background. I know where he went to university. I've met with him any number of times. Do I believe he's an honest and moral person? Yes, I do. I can't think of an exception. I hope that's true. Across our services. I don't know General Dempsey. I did know Admiral Mullen. I think we're blessed with good people, moral people. Do they screw up? Sometimes. Do they screw up? Usually, it's a tragedy, or it's a personal thing, a human thing.
I think there would be more sort of
Oksana, please, the decorum. One question. We're really crunched for time. Sorry. We're going to thank our panelists in a minute, but I've asked for their indulgence to stay seated because otherwise chaos will ensue. I'm going to want to give an award, or one of our alumni awards right now, and then describe the breakout sessions. But I'll do that first so you can think while the award is being awarded. The breakouts are going to be in these rooms. We have escorts of our students to tell you where they are. They're right either in, they're in both contiguous buildings. As you can see, it's frozen conflicts. There, if you look in your program, you will see Joe from the Army Air Force, the Air Force. Air University, you just finished your PhD in Russian Studies. The Ukraine, with the Deputy Director of the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute will be leading that. The Black Sea with our Inspire fellow Karol Savitz. Human rights is going to be merged with the Russian opposition. There's a forum on Russian-U.S. relations with Dr. Trenin. Cybersecurity will resonate the workshop that we did with Lucas Kello. The Russian economy with a number of the people that were here previously. Matthew Murray will join at the very end. Russian political culture, the influence on domestic and international politics with Alexander Vakro, our alum, who's the executive director of the Davis Center at Harvard. The end of the Cold War wasn't the end of history, but the beginning of the war over history. That brings me immediately to what I am loving to do. This is an Alumni Recognition Award to James Hirschberg, EPIIC 88, in recognition of your distinguished academic career and your unique contributions to archival knowledge, allowing future generations insight into the complexities of one of the most critical periods in global history, which is exactly what we've been trying to resonate here. And your background, James, so that I get this updated. We know that you got your PhD here with Marty Sherwin. You were with us during the Covert Action year. You got it as Dr. Jean Mayer gave you your degree with that all together. Just as the communist world imploded. You're currently a professor of history and international affairs at George Washington University and the associate of the National Security Archive with Tom Blanton and Svetlana. You're the former director of the Cold War International History Project at the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, the author of James Conant, Harvard to Hiroshima and the Making of the Nuclear Age, and much more. But what a distinguished career you've had since 1988. Thank you for being back here. To Pat Nichols, who's here from, I think, yeah, there you are, from Carnegie. We are a breeding ground for the next generation of international security experts. To our panelists, if you'll give a thanks, Josh, thank you for all of your patience. Please sign up for the breakouts. They're outside, and let us have a great discourse. Bye.